Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I need to find how to shut off this music. Hang on. All right. Good morning. Can you guys hear me? All right. Thank you. Let's see what's going on. Did anyone take any trades earlier? There's a level I had at 372 over here. I actually took a short there. It was like pretty early. It was nice. Oh, we're at it again. Let's see what happens. 743. Let's see if we can retest and reject again. I don't like taking trades before the New York session opens, but if it rejects, we can take a scalpy scalp. Okay, hang on a second. Okay. Two, three, four. Uh-oh. Don't. Wrong stop loss. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get something done before I start going over the... All right. Okay, if we go and retest this 372 level, even if it's like halfway, and if it doesn't push up, then if you guys want, we can take a really light short. Let's see what happens. But it's for a scalp, obviously. And then I'll go over the macro. Ugh, I'm gonna get into a short. If we go back up, I'm gonna add a little bit more. Since I only have one on, I'm just looking for about 17, 18, maybe 20-ish points. I did enter it a little bit too late, but okay, there's 12 points. Come on, give us 20. It's pre-market. We just want to make a little bit of lunch money before we get on our day, huh? It's 13. And then I'll go over the macro news and over the charts. So I don't want to be in any trades while I do that. That's why this needs to just dump for us. Come on. That 372 level is really nice. I took, like I said, I took shorts on there this morning. We went down to 240-ish, 250-ish, something like that. Okay, there's 16.5 points. I'm gonna move my stop loss into a little bit of profit. I only have one on, so I kind of don't have anything to scale out, but you know what? I'm gonna close this so we can get started. That was a quick 220 bucks. It'll probably come down more, but I need to get started since it's already 9:11, and I don't like being in trades prior, but okay. Easy peasy. Let's see what's going on. All right, so S&P 500 E-mini futures are down. Oops. Try to hang on a quick sec. What the hell? Okay. S&P 500 E-mini futures are down 0.37%. NASDAQ is down 0.48%, pointing to a lower open as Treasury yields resume their climb and Walmart disappoints. I think Target has Target or was it just Walmart today? I thought Target was supposed to report as well. I didn't check to see what that was, but I need to actually just alert everyone to hop on. Oh, I said it's 280 bucks, not 220. What is wrong with me? Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. Okay, so losers were Walmart is down 5%. So weak U.S. comp sales growth in Q2 as shoppers cut back on rising gas prices. And Wolf is down 13%. TJX is down 1%. So city downgrade to neutral. Okay, so winners, crypto names in the Bitcoin rally. MSTR is up 9%. Coin is up 7%. Mara is up 5%. Okay, so crude is up 3%, fifth straight day of gains after Trump vowed economic warfare and isolation on an unprecedented scale against Iran and countries supporting it. Yesterday's session, all three benchmarks closed green. Myrna was up 176%. Wow. Someone said that, I don't know if it's true or not, but it's on like Wall Street Bets that someone put in like $3,000 and made 5 million or something like that yesterday in options. So let's see what else. German July PPI was hot. Japan July exports were up. Okay. Fed. So July FOMC minutes yesterday. So several officials favored a hike. Many saw tightening as likely necessary if inflation doesn't decline. Futures prices 66.4%, odds of no change. 33.6% odds of a 25 basis point hike at the September meeting. Okay, Walmart was already out, down 5%. Okay, so the market theme is the bond relief rally is fading with the September Fed hike still 1/3 priced. Oil up 5 straight days on Iran escalation and Walmart consumer warning, souring sentiment ahead of jobless claims. So we did have jobless claims this morning. I need to check those in just a bit. Let's see what else we've got. We had Philly Fed. At 10, we've got CB leading index. Nothing much. We do at 1 p.m. we do have a 30-year tips auction. And yeah, not a whole lot today as far as economic events. Let's see what happened with jobless claims. Jobless claims, jobless claims. Okay, let's see. Pull up my chart. Oops. Okay, we go up to the daily. We're approaching that EMA 65 on the daily. Let's see if it holds. And that's down at 121, 29, 121. Or sorry, 152. Huh. Okay. On the 4-hour, we are now in a downtrend. So each time we got to EMA 15 on the 4-hour, we rejected and start pulling back. Let's see. 1 hour, we had a sell-off there. The 15 minutes, we had that caution that we were getting a little overextended, and then it pulled back up. Went up to that key level, that 372. So earlier I took shorts here, 372. And then we just took some shorts a little bit ago for a little scalpy scalp between EMA 5 and that key level, but grabbed 20 points, 18 points, something like that. So let's see in the 5 minute. Okay, so if we go back up to that 29,372 and we keep rejecting, it's a pretty strong resistance since we've already held it in pre-market and then a little bit ago. So if we go up there, reject and retest rejection, I would take a short. Or let's just say it does that pretty fast and doesn't go back up to that 372. If we fail below this 330-ish level, which happens to be EMA 9 on the 5 minute, we go down, I don't know, let's say like 320, 310, come back up and retest it and reject it. That's when another short would be in play. So instead of, again, that's if it doesn't go back up here. Another thing that I'm looking at is if it holds down where we had that Globex low at 29,240. I do have a key level at 183. Another thing is if we push above and hold this 370 level on retest hold, then the next level up, so that's how this is how I scalp. I look to see what my key level's up. So if I have, I don't know, let's just say multiple contracts, I will take most off so since my stop loss is 17.5 points or 70 ticks, that's where I take off majority of my, or where I scale out. And then leave runners. So then I would, if it pushes above, I would just move my stop loss, kind of trailing it and targeting the take profits would be targeting each of these levels. So if we flush below this 240, then 183 is inevitable. But again, we are getting, if you guys see this like red on the bottom, we were getting a little overextended. We did push back up, so that's kind of cooled down on both the 5 and the 15 minute. So just kind of waiting to see on the 15 minute, it keeps rejecting EMA 9. And let's see what everything else is showing us. So I have the 1 minute charts up here. I don't use 1 minute charts for entries. They're just there so you guys can see the difference between the regular candles. Oops, hang on. Okay. So the regular candles and then obviously the Orderflow footprint candles to see inside of a candle. So you can see this on the bottom, delta, if we're losing delta, if we're gaining, if we're negative, if it's getting positive, that kind of a thing. But the best places to really look at it is at key levels. And you can see up here when we had 372, how we pushed. The first time we got close to it, we got to 68, started pulling back, and then the second time it, hit this key level, you can see how we were losing more delta. So that's where we entered a short, somewhere around in this candle. And you can see on the bottom that we had negative delta. But like, see how there's a little arrow here? That means that there's positive delta that's coming in. So it's delta rise is basically what that means. Oh, that was the wrong candle, guys. Sorry. That was a candle over here, huh? So basically, what I use the order flow footprint is when I'm around my key levels. What's happening? You know, are we declining? Are the sellers stronger? Are the buyers stronger? That kind of a thing is what I look for. On the order flow footprint, oh sorry, on the Bookmap, on the left, you guys can see these are resting orders. So we've got 505 sitting at 29,300. We've got 100 and I don't know if this is 109. I think it's 109. Yep, 109 at 310. So these should be support. So kind of like the plunge protection team. So we wait and see what happens around these key levels. Let's see. On ES, we've at 7690, we've got 1,047 orders. Let me kind of zoom out. Okay, this is a delta sweep. Look at how much the volume. So we were around 170, 190, 138, and then now this one is, then it went to 3610, and this one is 817. Are Brady and Rizzo hopping on? I believe so. I'm not 100% sure. So let's see. Okay, let's see what happens here. Was that a news thingy? We're like a couple of minutes out. So I wouldn't take any trades at this point anyway, even if this is rejecting my key level. But trying to see if it's like a super micro, no evidence that previous financial statements couldn't be relied on. Hold on a second. I'm just trying to see. Okay. So we've got a Fed speaker, or a little bit ago, Fed's daily. So he said two softer prints did not clear up the inflation picture. Labor market stable. Okay. So see up here, they left a few orders at 68, 69. But yeah, that level around that 372 is pretty nice. Let's see if it's going to go pick it up. Like I said, I don't like to take trades right before we open. Also, if we, the first minute, that's when we have the algos. The issue with that is like my stop loss is really tight, so I'll get wicked out. I know I'll get wicked out, so there's no point. But we will find different trades and see what happens. As of right now, that 372 level has been key. And see how they remove those orders on Bookmap? I absolutely hate that. That's just spoofing. Same thing over here. We had like 1,000 some orders. And they're gone. So we wait. We'll find other entries, different accounts. Let's see, I'm gonna have 3. Profit 70. Okay, we're just waiting. Gosh. If we go up to that 372, I'm gonna take a very light short if we reject. If we don't reject, and if it holds above it, I don't want to take any longs up into that 436 level. But it's basically, you know, we're in and out. The first 10 to 15 minutes, guys, it's scalping. You either sit out or you take your profits, scale out or whatever. Use micros. Yep, pushed right over it. So we wait. Okay. If we go below that 370, guys, well, I'd want us to go under the 320. Why am I having? In order on the order for me to take longs, we would have to be over 435, push up to like 460, come back and retest and hold that 435-ish to take longs. Um, NVIDIA is pulling back. Okay. Microsoft. Let's see. We're just waiting, guys. Held at 374, 372. I'm still not gonna run in here just because it's pretty wicky. It's choppy. Good morning. If we hold 435, I'm gonna take longs. I'm gonna go long. I'm gonna adjust my stop loss. Oof. Let's see if it stops me out. It's too wicky. Come on. I don't like the way it's kind of holding here. It's got to push. Come on. Gosh, they're absorbing a lot here. I don't like it. Too much absorption. Stopped out. That's a stop out. If it goes back above that, I'm gonna re-enter. But if it flushes below the 370, 372, I'll short. I saw that absorption kinda, but thought it was gonna just continue to push up because the video was pushing up. And Meta, it's okay. I even adjusted my stop loss for the, volatility. I'm gonna long. Oh my god. Stopped out. I didn't adjust my stop loss on this. Okay, I'm gonna wait. I still think we're gonna push up, it's just that I need to maybe adjust my stop loss to, like, 140 ticks, or sorry, 100 ticks. See? Ugh, fuck. See how much am I down on one of my accounts? Oof, 2,600. But we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. Okay, I'm gonna go long again. I need to adjust this a little bit. I feel like today you have to have like a 50-point stop loss. Come on. Come on. Come on. Push. Push. Push it up. There we go. Come on. These longs better work out, guys. I mean, I had to adjust my stop loss. Yeah, I think so too. It's just my stop loss is like tight. Stop me out. And I'm gonna, yep, there's the stop. That's 3 freaking trades, guys. I'm done with 3 losses and that's it. I need to probably stop going in the other stream because every time I do, I don't know why I take losses. The bias is real. Yeah, that ATR is too wide. 39 is a lot for my stop loss, but that's all right. Mm, well, I mean, I took 3 losses, so it's just the ATR is really too wide for my type of a stop loss and the way I trade. So we'll see. Um, maybe after like 10 a.m. But it is very unlikely that I will take 3 losses in a row. That's like, and it usually is like when I have a bias from others. I mean, I don't know. And that's just kind of my fault. But see if we continue to hold. Yeah. Well, let's see. Mm. Okay, you know what? Gonna switch the account, leave that one alone. If we go up and reject the 373, let's see. Okay, if we go and reject 372, I'll enter a short. I'm looking for an entry to a short. If we can get one. Okay, I'm short. Well, I'm stopped out. Yeah, today's action. I I took nice trades pre-market, shorted a few times, and since we've opened, it's the ATR is too wide for my stop loss. Still think we're gonna go down. Yep, see that? Oh my god. Good morning. Yeah. Let's see. What's the ATR right now for the 1 minute? It's like 39 almost. Jesus Christ. Hmm. Today's just not my day. I know. I mean, it's going down. It's just frustrating. You get wicked out and then it goes. That's okay. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at too. You know what, guys? If you didn't take any trades, don't. Today is really like just shitty. So today's just not my day. I mean, yeah. Yeah, so the ATR on the 15-minute is like 66 points. On the 5-minute, 53. On the 1-minute, 36. No, some days, I don't remember having a day like this in a long time, but they happen. Well, the market humbled me today. It happens. Definitely a chop day. No more trades. Someone bought like millions of dollars worth of calls on VIX. I forgot how much though. I didn't. Somebody sent me a message yesterday about it. Yeah. Tuh. It's crazy. Yeah, it's yeah. Maybe you are the problem. How about that? They said you walked away. The market makers are in the I know that they're in the audience. I know. They're chasing our stops, you guys. Uh, I almost said something, but I'll keep it. No, no. No. I'm not trading anymore. I got humbled today. Both. It's today's been pretty pretty choppy. Like I don't remember the last time I got wicked out. every single time. Yeah, it's just trading in queue with a 17.5 point while the ATR is pretty wide is no, it's pretty hard. So um, whoops, it's not my day. Let's get this plant data label. Every time someone says SMH, I always think of shaking my head. uh, no more trading today. Yeah. Brady, somebody's asking if you're coming on today. No, on stream. This guy said Bond 004, you know. He's always asking for you and Rizzo. Apparently he doesn't like me, so. I know, exactly. I got clapped today, so.
The boys are back in town.
Brady's here.
Here and looking for long. Like right off this pivot level. All right, I am filled. I am long right here at 82.
Today sucked for me.
I'm looking to take some off into the teens in the 400s. Get up there. Looking for the 10-minute 21 EMA to push us up. Right here off of prior day low. Looking for that pop. This has been the area where we've not had any continuation. It's a bit of a risky area. Come on, do it. Do it. Do it. Fill me at 419. Right here at 382. Long. I'm looking to put my stops in profit. We get above 400. I'll put them right down here at 390. Looking to take one off at 419. Come on. A little bit more. Give it to me, baby. All right. We are, come on, almost there. 19. I'm at 19 even, not 18.75. My dog's going to get upset. Doesn't.
Boog.
Yeah. If this doesn't fill me at 19, Boog's not going to eat.
Yeah.
Oh, cheese and rice. All right, I've got to stop at 403. I'm okay with that hitting. That's still decent from 382. Still looking for 419. Came up to 18.75. Oh, you son of a bistro. All right, there's one stop. I'm taking the 19 TP off. And my next stop is still in profit. Yeah, this 19 is going to hit right here. But my next TP is up at 75. So I did have one that took me out at 0325 for 400 bucks, 415. I'm looking for this 10-minute candle really to push us up, like to 450. Just trying to be that future caster. If I was a weatherman, how would I predict this next candle? Well, I'm not a weatherman. I day trade. So, oh, don't take me out. OPEX. Qs look pretty decent. I got a buy signal in there. NVIDIA reclaiming EMAs. Oil came up and ran into VWAP. Actually, looks like it wants to push above VWAP. Slight rise in VIX. I like what ES is doing. I want to see it above 7710. It's currently at 08. There's your 19 print right there. So congrats if you held that. You would get a nice little
That was easy.
bingo.
Sell 30.
All right. I want to see continuation past 450s and fill me up at I can't even concentrate when Evo starts posting this. Bro, every kid and their mother looks like that kid in the top left. Broccoli hair. That's too funny. I mean, he labels his charts performance center. And he's down 9 bands collectively across how many accounts? Five. Yeah, can't even talk. 5 accounts. Damn. 50 lots across. Yeah, that's spread across accounts though. I shouldn't say though. It's still there. Come on, 450. Push above that 450. That 475 is going to trade. That's my full TP. About 100 points. We start getting up there, I may just raise and trail. So, in other words, raise my target profit and then trail it with my stop profit. So we try to squeeze some more out of the lemon. Because who doesn't like lemonade? See a big line on Bookmap at 450. That's why I'm saying 450. You got to get above there. And it's a psychology number, psych number. NQ typically has those psych numbers 450, 400, 500, 550s, like the 50, 50, and 00, hundreds, 400, 500. I believe in, and I wouldn't know this too much because I don't trade ES, but I believe ES is like 05, 10, 05, 10. Like those are more psych numbers. And of course, the big round ones, 7K, 7,500. I think they're more incremental than it is with the NASDAQ. Speaking of NasDaddy, Minx, weren't you looking for a sugar daddy called NasDaddy to do your hair?
Nope. Not
NasDaddy
doing
don't pay for
anything.
it?
Oh, you're welcome.
Just want to say thank you for all the help and info you gave in your pre-market analysis and for keeping these charts up every day, Big Jim. Nice job, Minx.
Good job.
I'm still in from 382 long and Q. Looking for about 100 points up at 29,475. They're starting to break the liquidity down at 450. It's not as thick of a line. They're continuing to pull those orders. Let me zoom out on mine a little bit. Hey, Book. I know. Is it 450, bud? Or are you the bear that's just slapping us down? Okay. We came up to this VWAP I got. There's that anchor VWAP. Oh, that is VWAP. And I'm about to take my profit. And I almost flat. I'm flat. Could not get up past VWAP. Bobby, what's TIA? The affordable indicators one. You're asking about the copy trader. The copy trader I use is just embedded in Tradeovate. You just go to manage groups and then you just slide over to the groups. Thanks in advance, TIA. Damn, dude, you're more hip than I am. I didn't know that. Well, you're welcome in advance. You, YIW, you, or yow.
August is always a choppy month, guys. And then
World of
September, we tend to, so when they get back, we kind of tend to push up a little bit. And then towards the end of September, wait, when are the Jewish holidays? Yom Kippur, and we tend to, hold on a second. Let me take a look. Dip then. Hold on a second. Jewish holiday. Yom Kippur market. So it's called Sell Rosh Hashanah and buy Yom Kippur. And it has a pretty big, this was even in the Wall Street Journal. Here, I'm going up. It's like a seasonal pattern. Here, I'm going to actually pull it over here so you guys can see.
All right, I'm short right here. Small size at 376. I got filled. I like this rejection off of yesterday's low. We really couldn't build any value above it. We rejected off of VWAP. Right now, we're rejecting off the 21 EMA on the 10-minute. My stops are going to be pretty tight on this. I will stop above 90.
So every year between
below
the two
60
holidays.
trail.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry. No, sorry. Keep talking. I'll explain later. Or they can Google it.
All right, we get some acceleration below the 65. I will be in profit on my stops. I'm looking for the 20s. I'm looking for really to crack below 45 and get accelerating the 20s. I am going to put my stop at break even now. Wait. Stop, Boog. I'm going to cut this. For a small loss, 12 points. It's going to do it, isn't it? Glad I cut that. And then it does that.
We've got OPEX tomorrow. OPEX. Options. OPEX.
Son of a gun. Ooh. Crazy. You doom scrolling?
Because I'm not going to watch this. We've got 31 orders down at 29,300. So I'm just gonna do stuff in the back end. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself. I'm not gonna trade anymore. So try not to play in this tight range, guys.
All right, I'm gonna try this again. Long at 95. Again, a tight stop at 85. I'm gonna slide my stop and profit. This thing's a who knows. This is a small size. Excuse me, small size. And it's probably gonna stop me out. Oh no, it's not. Hell yeah. Go, 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 go. All right. Well, I'm flat. That was a quick 975 bucks. Wow. All right. I couldn't have slid my TP up any higher. Just got it. What was that? 29,395, and I sold at 29,444. So like right here, I sold. I think we can still go higher. I can pop up the 500, but I took the money off the table. TIA. Thanks in advance. It's a new one I'm adding to my repertoire. YWIA. You're welcome in advance. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to trade much of this garbage today. I am now green on the day. I traded Globex last night. It was excellent. Right off the rip, I bought and then sold. But I like this reaction off of yesterday's low at 376. That's really what I've been eyeing. That's kind of the area I've been taking these longs. If you haven't heard me talking, well, just to kind of reiterate, and I'm looking at my very messy executions, and they're all right around that area, 376. I tried, did I try shorting? Where's the shorts? I did. Tried shorting at 76, actually. Tried buying at 73. Longed at 88 for small win. And then this one from 95 to 44. We're getting out of this range now. If we can build some momentum above VWAP right here, and then push above our highs at 70, 29,470. Now, how are we going to do this? Well, take a look at VIX. See VIX dropping. Take a look at ES. ES is rising. ES is looking great. Oil is pegged right up against VWAP. You got NVIDIA kind of curling up. It's really in traffic on all the EMAs. Microsoft does not look good. Apple looks like it wants a leg up. And then, of course, the Qs are going to take us, in all honesty. We got to get above 715, and we're about $1 short of that. These buybacks be Besant? Dude, which reminds me, I need to get some new blue light glasses. Does anyone have a good recommendation? I bought a pair of blue lights a while ago, and then the lens all scratched up. And then I bought another pair, and I'm like, I can't go on stream with these. Your kid has a little bit of dignity left in them. Can't go on with these gargantuan looking blue lights. Might as well be called boomer blue lights. Sorry for those that are in the boomer phase, but it is what it is. Wow, look at that rejection. Yeah, guys, if you're green or if you're slightly red, not even like, if just walk, just get out of here. This is just, I don't have a problem with boomers. In fact, I love my boomers, aka my parents. They think every time I say boomer, it's an insult. That's on you. You don't see them. You don't see boomers calling us millennials. You millennial. Maybe they do, and they think it's funny, but it's really not. London low smacked again. Do I have London low? I have actually down at 240. I've got our New York high up at like 471, which we couldn't get at 480. I'm short London low, out half 480. Why is my London low on my chart says down at 240, y'all? But this looks like a pretty clear short. I'm not playing. I'm slightly green. I'm green on my other funded. Here's mine. Let's see it, Mike. Yeah, I guess that IB high. Damn, if you just or shorted that pre-market, that is clean. 4 p.m. close line. 522. Clean. That's right off the pivot point. Oh, that's early. It's a great question, respect, because the 140 year time was low. That was 450. I'm not worried about the time. I still have on my charts through the RIPS indicator prior 4-hour low, New York low, London low, 240. I'll screenshot it. Why talk about it when you can be about it? I'm in a generally good mood for this price action, which is very strange. Shit, where did that? I hate when I take a screenshot of this damn computer and then it just disappears. Probably have like a random folder somewhere, all these darn screenshots. All right, let's try this again. Yeah, so that orange line that cuts across that little purple zone I got, London low, that's like down at 240. Does levels need to be adjusted? No. Oi. Because that's pre-market low. At 8:30, I'm going by, y'all's time. 8:30 had that low. And that's that pre-market. Is London still open then? Probably not. Yes, it is. Surprised Eva didn't jump on that. Just because she's in the. Oh, there she is. Another 20 minutes. No, don't be sorry, Eva. I'm just yanking your chain. You're the only one that can rep it, Was Rizzo's picture insinuating that he's not going to be online today? Dude, this looks like a juicy short right here. You got all these lines of liquidity building below us and thick red. 300, you got 124 orders and then 280, another 121. If you guys have watched Matt 0033's Bookmap,
538.
those are the same people. They show up at the same time and watch them pull it at the same time. Or they pull the closer one and they pull it underneath that next one. And then that spoofs it lower or just pulls it lower. Cumulative volume delta is negative. That's CVD, cumulative volume delta. That is the total amount of contracts that are traded in the given session. And right now, more contracts are being sold than they are bought. Wow, these scammers are not being good. I got a random text that says, "Hey, dad, can you text this new number?" Bro, I'm not a dad. Like, do your research. If you're going to try and scam me, like, do it. Do it better. Damn, Logs. Logan even in? Where's Logan? He's not in here. Damn. That frustrates me. Hey, Bond. Thank you, bro. Much love, man. Yeah, dude, I was sleeping. I woke up in the middle of the night and I was up for a little bit. That was not good. So my 5 a.m. Pacific alarm was snoozed until 6:45 Pacific. So about 15 to 20 minutes into the market opening, which is not ideal for me. But then I came and looked at the charts and we're sideways. We haven't gone anywhere. I forced a trade or two. I had a good win, another loss, and then I got a pretty good win. Now I'm not going to do anything. At least that's what I say. Boog is doing great. Thanks for asking. No, I fed him, and as you all heard him barking around, he gets like that, and then he just sleeps. My big baby, my big donkey baby. We still have those orders below us, by the way. They have not pulled down at 29,300, and then at was that 29,800, 29,280, 275.
539.
We're below all of the EMAs on the 10-minute time frame. I would look to short right up here on this pivot level, which is we just tapped at 371. Kind of reverse scoop right here. You got the 14 SMA right above this candle. This would be a great opportunity to short. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, and I'm going to get in short at 48. And I'm looking to ride this down to 300 for 40 points. Didn't get the best fill. I'm a little bit underwater right here. But I'm looking for a little Slam Diego down to 300. Right. We are now break even right here at 29,348. And then my book map just shuts off. What the fuck? Okay, here we go. It's like Minx was saying earlier, market makers, they know. They're trying to shut off my book map. Okay, don't like that reaction. Come on, just slam her. Oh, you guys haven't heard Boog. That's good. Microphone's nice then. Come on, just slam it. Right here, break even. 29,348. All right. I'm looking to stop above 70. This prints above 70, I will be out. Looking to give back some of these profits. Damn. Intuition. Word of the day, intuition. Listen to it. All right, slam it. Slam it. We get below 40, which is 8 points in profit for me. I will immediately put my stops in profit. Right here, break even. If I get 8 points in profit, which is right there, I am going to go too slow. All right, I'm going to go break even on my stop at, well, 1 point in profit at 47. Really looking for some acceleration down. Okay, I'm going to take that stop off because of that wick. I really want to see this slam down. Right, get below that 35. I'm putting my stop at 40. It's got to get below 35. We're right there at it right now. Okay, I'm gonna put my stop at break even. I don't want to lose anything. It's okay if this trade isn't as smooth as I'd like. We're, 20 points in profit right here. I am looking for 300. Come on, some Slam Diego, baby. Let's go. That coaster train just passed me, and guess what direction it was heading? South. Just like this PA, go down to the 300 where those orders are. If you're looking at Bookmap, you see them layering orders. Layering meaning every 5 points or so, 10 points, you're getting a larger line of liquidity. Price tends to gravitate towards those. We want to see those sellers eat those lines up like a freaking Pac-Man, just gnawing up. You can have Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man, whatever Pac-Man you want. Pac-Woman, Pac-Man, Pac-Thing. I don't care. Just eat them orders up. Get down to 300. Watch them. Watch them. Come on. Turn those ghosts blue and eat them. 315. Come on. Come on, Katie. My stop is in profit at 36 from 48. I'm still looking for 300. Get through that 15, we should accelerate down. Come on. Slam it right there. Nope. Who's this guy trying to buy that? There you go. Give it away, give it away, give it away now.
535.
Get him. Come on. Little slam down to 300. I have my TP at 301.25. I'm going to put my stop down at 320, right around there. But I'd like this to push down before doing that. Because otherwise, this would have taken me out. Another leg down. All right. I will take profits up at, where's my stop at 32, 31. Still want to squeeze out 30 more points. But if this gets above 30, I will be out in flats. If I had more than one contract, I'd really look for those 80s, 280s, even down to 240, which is my London low. But I don't know, a day like today, I'm okay with taking full TP for about 40, 50 points. Just one NQ in a dream. Here we go. Bam.
That was easy.
Order filled. There we go. Great trade. I'm flat. I got filled from. See, I sold at 29,348 and covered at 29,301.25. I was a little late on that. I was kind of calling it out for those listening. Said, hey, this would be a great zone for a short up against R1, or sorry, that's S1 because it's green. S1 is at 29,372. We came up into that on the 10-minute time frame. We rejected off of the 21 EMA, and then we also rejected off the 9 EMA on the next 10-minute candle. That was a clear indication that we're going to go lower. I chased it a little bit. I saw the 14 SMA on the 1-minute time frame already above price action. It tapped it once, and I got in late. Kind of came up and tapped it again. That would have been your entry, and I'll post this in the Discord. And then we just rided that down, just the reverse scoop. Came up, tapped EMA on the 10-minute time frame, higher time frame, and then boom, tapped it on the lower time frame and chased short. Great exit. Look at that exit. I think I bottom ticked that. Woo! All right, I'll post that what I just said. And I'm so sorry for not posting a lot of my channel. As you can tell, I'm like, in and out, and should just post more of this analysis in the channel. And I need to get better at Claude. I'm trying to put all this stuff into Claude so it can learn about my strategy for my indicator that I'm trying to work on. All right. Put this in my channel. See, 10-minute rejected off of 21 EMA. And I'll label what these lines are. So 10-minute off the 21 EMA, which is my orange line. I'm sure that this will probably be helpful. S1, which is the dotted green. Um, And so for those that aren't aware with pivot points and those that are, maybe just a reiteration, but that green S1 acts as resistance when we're trading below it. So while it is green and it is technically S1, when you trade value below it, it flips and becomes resistance. Because the next 10-minute candle came up to the 9 EMA, clearly rejected. And then on the 1-minute, let me post that. All right. I just posted that in Discord on my channel. Trying to get better at this. At posting stuff. Um Where's JP? Is JP in here? Because I want to get on a phone call with him. One of the mentees was asking about some of the stuff that we covered. I want to do a one-on-one with him and any other mentee that was a part of our founders class. By all means, like I'm there for you. So please reach out if you want to schedule any time to review anything. If you want to ask how my dog is, like I will talk to you about my dog. Or if you want to ask why I wanted to take profit or cover at 301 right there. That aligned with Bookmap. I was calling out those orders. I sniped them. Okay, let's see what we were on in the day. Ooh, not the greatest stats today, boys and girls. Oof. 66% profitable trades, which is, pretty good. You just don't want to shit like an elephant and eat like a bird. In other words, don't let your losers outweigh your winners. So largest winning trade was 975. Largest losing trade was 460. Number of losing contracts 5 for a total loss of 1300. Winning contracts 10, total profit 3090 for a total gross profit of $1745. Bobby, I'm just getting to the chat on the trading floor. That Pac-Man gif really just amazing. Makes me want to go play. I'm a big gamer nerd, like arcade and stuff. It's just fun. I don't know if my brother's in the voice chat at the moment, but we went to this sick arcade bar in Maryland called Crabtown, which had the new Pokemon pinball machine. He actually caught a Pokemon. I did not. Claude, you have a strategy. Alpha concentration of volume. I guess it's great for range traders. Yeah, Pete, definitely a range bound day. Or if you're selling options, I mean, shit, you're just collecting premium all day. Well, Iron Condor type of day, butterfly, strangle them, just pin in price in between this range, which, ahead of OPEX, OPEX kind of makes sense. Those kill zones, ICT. Mike, which indicator is that, bud? ICT kill zones? Okay, I see it. Okay, thank you. Those 100 lots just pop back up. Have they still been there? They still been there. I am going to top off my coffee. This day is just not a very forgiving day. So as I mentioned, if you're green or slightly red, no need to go more red. I would just pack it up and do something else. Or paper trade. I mean, like, if you want to try and scalp, like in this range, like buy low, sell high. As simple as that sounds, but buy red, sell green. Like maybe try that on a paper account. But if I'm playing like orb strategy, the opening range breakout, I am looking at the bottom of the opening range breakout, which was 29,336, 30 points higher for a rejection. We kind of just had that, which aligns with the 14 SMA. So when I took my exit down at 301, it came right back up to that opening range break, which if you just look, it's easier to look on like a 10-minute candle, in my opinion. But that 630 candle, you just draw a line straight across, and it rejected right off of that, and we're continuing to fall. Wonder if the 3 minutes starting to look HE. Nope, not really. Just a god awful looking day. I was saying it earlier in the week. I don't think this is going to be a good long week. Like if you're playing swings or anything but intraday, I think next week we're gonna get a pretty good push. Just looking down my watch list, I see a lot of red. And then I see what's that? Oh, that's Ethereum. I'm like, why is that green? Is that meta? Nope, that's micro ether up 9%. XRP up 12%. Doggy coin up 5. Bitcoin 4. XRP up 12%. XRP dipped below $1. I don't know. Some people are saying this is going to be a generational change. Generational wealth is going to be built on this crypto run. They've been saying that for over a year or two. But hey, anything can happen. I do own XRP and I do own Bitcoin. And I also have Dogecoin. I think my average on that Dogecoin is at like a cent and a half or 2 cents. I'm just leaving that in the account. All right. Well, I'm going to go fill up some coffee. I'm just sitting here yapping away. Um, Bond, I'm getting to your chat text. Can we join what or where? Can you join my coffee break? I've got a sick Breville. I make my own coffee. How am I goated? I'm not goated. Don't inflate my head. Ticker tap. August is not for you. Yeah, August. Still got that that hangover from summer. You said we can hear you speak about Boog. Oh, I just thought Boog. You could hear him bark because he was barking like a howling wolf earlier. We have another scammer, J Minx live. J Minx X live. Oh, we're gonna ignore that. Member since June 21st, 2026. Clear giveaway. You're a scam. Minx is not a scam, but this is a scam person impersonating Minx. We are just continuing to push down. What is he? He's a greater Swiss mountain dog. Großer Schweizer Sendenhund. He's a big baby. If he comes back in the room, I'll for those on the stream, I'll just pop open my video and I'll just show you Boog. And I do appreciate the kind words, Bond. But I'll be right back. Sigma, you like the Bernese Mountain Dogs? Nice. Little burners. They're a quarter Swiss, so homeland. Yeah. I've been out to Switzerland quite a few times. Quite a few times. Well, let's see if NQ can get back up into prior day low. Yeah, Bobby. That's pretty bizarre. And not once London. Sorry, Eva. I have like zero desire to go to London too. I don't know why. I feel like you just go to one city, been to them all. I'm sure I'd love it. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Why not to live? I mean, like you could just take what, like the Easy Jet and just go anywhere. Like you were just in Greece over the summer. Like amazing. She's trying to do it. I got 400 orders just pulled, like right as I was saying that. I was about to say just above us, and right as I was saying just, they pulled. That was at Treat 50, 29,350. Thinking we're gonna push higher. Those orders pulling, at least for now. No, I'm just sitting here watching. Not in a trade. That's exactly right. Because he's a window shopper. Just walking down the mall, just looking at the various windows, just browsing, passing Zoomies, passing PacSun, Hot Topic, Wetzel's Pretzels, Macy's, you name it. I ain't walking in. Good afternoon. I was telling them earlier, I was like, was Rizzo's picture just like foreshadowing that he's not going to wake up tomorrow morning? Yeah, I like it's weird. I woke up late too, but not this late. Um, just could not sleep. You didn't miss anything, Rizzo. It's been a snooze fest. Mike and I were just walking down Westfield Mall, just window shopping. Maybe stop at Sabaro's Pizza, get herself a jumbo slice. You were drinking boxed wine, weren't you? I know you're not a box wine guy. Nice. Very nice. It's like NQ's trying to poke its head up. Puxatawny Phil. Yeah, I mean, ticker tap, there's no need to like force anything. It's usually when, mistakes are made. So I don't know. There's a really cool website to play retro video games if you want to do that. It's called Recoded. REC, and then it's a 0 DED, and then the numbers 88.com. Recoded, but REC 0 DED 88. So just fuck around and play some video games. I don't know. Yeah. It's been a snooze fest. I mean, I caught some trades, couple losers and then a few winners, and just like this is stupid. I'm trying to force stuff. Yeah, I know I didn't. Thanks. I was working on it, and then my power went out. Oh shit. So
544.
I mean, we've got OPEX tomorrow, right? So you're just pegging this price action right here up against yesterday's low. Hasn't really done anything above the 400s. Just kind of like right here in the middle. I don't know. I think next week we're going to get some good price action. So it's just trade for another day. Eva, you designed that only gain shirt? No way. I got some of Paper Gains' shirts. Yeah, Jason's awesome. He just had his baby. Bobby, yeah, I posted it on X and I posted on Instagram. Yeah, great work, Eva. Um, I got some merch ideas. Let's collab. The not financial advice, the NFA, that is definitely my favorite. It's just funny. Yeah, we can't get back in that zone at like 260s, 240s. Yes, does want to lose it. It wants to give it away now. YM? I haven't even looked at YM. Yeah, that looks like it wants to crack too. Need someone to make some TWL merch. What's for dinner? It's bloody 9 a.m. I'm thinking about dinner. What are you craving? I would say, what did I have? I had tacos yesterday. That's because I've been out of California for a while. So craving tacos. Maybe some fish and chips. Some potatoes. That's a very Swiss thing. Like you just eat potatoes. Seems to be a tough day for the experienced traders. Yeah, it's a tough day for everyone unless you're selling options. That's dumb. Now kind of failed the breakdown below the IE. Yeah, NQ's trying. Say there's a good chance we go up and at least get back to prior day low, 376. Qs are trying to push up, reclaiming some EMAs. NVIDIA's running into the EMAs, needs to push through. Microsoft as well. It's like nothing's really doing anything. Yes. I'm long right here at 46. Small size. Saw some good buying on Bookmap. Hopefully we can gain some more momentum and have ES print above 7,700. Big stick on Microsoft. Would love to see us print above those 360s for some continuation. You have our open right above that at 362. And then prior day low, 376. Here we go. Nice drop in VIX. Nice stick on Microsoft. Apple. NVIDIA still running into EMAs. My fill is 29,346. Wouldn't mind taking full profit up at like 410 up in VWAP.
What weird silence is going on with this? It's short. Now,
200 some orders just showed up on NQ at 370. Not quite 10 points in profit yet. But I would like to put my stops in profit. Just Jimmy Neutron got a blast. Just see go straight to the moon. Come on. There we go. Blast through that 370. Okay, my stops are just above 350. Like I said, it's a small trade, small size for me. So I don't want to lose any. Would be nice.
Yes, up here. Risk. Got 5 points. So 8.
It'd be nice to see NQ push through the 65 and 70 up on Bookmap. Let's see what it does right here on 65. $305 orders just showed up at 385. 20 points north. See a push above 65. Where's that Pac-Man? Got 218 at 370. See if it goes up and gets them or runs away. Looks like yes is rejecting. All right. See, pressed against 370.
By 196.
Buy 196. Now we got 306 orders up at 85. I'll take full profit at 410. Bit of divergence right now and between ES and NQ. Rizzo's short ES, I'm long NQ. I'm looking for a VWAP tap. We're pressed right up against prior day low on NQ. This would be a spot to take profit. But I'm really looking to squeeze up to 410. Squeeze the lemon a little bit. There we go. Go ahead. Blast through that 385 zone. I'm going to raise my stops just below.
That cube trying higher. I just can't see. That's still the same.
That's fine. I raised my stops a little bit, just above 60. Went ahead and bought one of those.
271.
Yeah, there we go. Buy 200 at 71 on NQ. Do I go above 410 or do I just take this off the table? I just went and bought one of those like 3K challenge round accounts at Top Step. This is what I'm trading. So I can only do one mini. So yeah, I'll take 410. That'll put me halfway to this goal. I'm gonna raise my stops slightly, just capture some more points. I really want to see it push past this prior date low right here on 376. So we get back below this. I'm flat. Probably trailed that a little bit too tight. Or maybe not. But I'm flat. All right, I'm flipping short right here on NQ 369. I got filled short. Looking for this rejection now on prior day low. We didn't really get up to VWAP, so I'm banking that this is some resistance right here on the low. So I got filled at 29,368.75. So just about 369. See if we can get back down to 300. Nice drop in ES. That's now below 7,700, looks like. Great spot up there, Rizzo. Come on.
535.
All right, I may stop out, get above these 80s. Wanted to see NQ reject prior day low, like right here.
Get here. Come on.
Right? Drop it low. NVIDIA plots a China comeback with a new AI chip. Sorry, Riz, I talked over you. What were you saying?
I would be spoofing if that was what that was a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
Sell 45.
Kid, please don't come to some balance and bounce. I think you're not getting filled at 97.
I want to see 200. I mean, not 200. Jesus, 300. I need to get my eyes checked. Staring too much at this damn screen. So yeah, if anyone's got any blue light recommendations, blue light lenses. Come on, just slam it.
My next trim, actually, most of my trims on 90. Yeah. And the big level requires a step down. So it was layer.
Nice drop on ES. Still in on the short on NQ. I'll take full profit down at 300 if we can get there. My stops are in profits. Come on, sellers. Nice drop on ES.
Base up a bit again. It's pretty intense.
By 40.
Push it another leg down. There we go. Push it down. Give it away now. Still short from the 60s. Don't want to see him hold it. There we go. These smaller accounts, I'm pretty tight on my stops, especially when I'm in profit. Come on, give us a little backhand slap. This has been painful all day. But I'll tell you what, it beats dialing into a Zoom meeting. Q3 is just around the end of the corner. End of September is going to be here faster than you know it. Everyone's back from holiday. Pound the pavement. Mhm. Come on, get down to 295. That's my TP. I think we can go lower than that, honestly. But that will put me halfway to this goal. A little bit more than half.
There we go. Come on, give me 90.
Do it for the kid. Sliding my stops down a little bit more. But I'm expecting to take full profits at
There's the fill.
295.
Right, got these two trims there.
Ja Rizzo.
Take all but one. Plus 6.
Nice, Eva. Come on. Another 15 points, 10 points.
Shoot for.
Give it to me, baby.
I'm going to drop off my 7650 today. There's plenty of time. Shoot for 80. Six.
Come on, a little bit more.
He's still holding freaking Ivy Road.
I just need a little bit lower. This has been pissing me. Come on, the gain train wants my TP. Here we go. Slam it. No way. $98.50 can't get to 95. Come on, just sweep the legs real quick. Am I going to be forced to take my profits off the table? Looks like it. Unless it smacks right here. Probably just going to take P. Yeah, my stops are like just below 30. Really would like to see this at 295.
Close up. It's a slow too long. High low. Keeps. Could that be it? Texas. Yes, that's
I mean, if we reject it right here, I could probably slide my TP a little bit further down. How much of this lemon do we really want to squeeze? Take full profit at 95. Yeah, I'll secure the bag. Because then I just need another 1,500 bucks. I'll do that with a little bit better price action. I mean, still got to give me 295 in order to do that. I think we can go see lower. I've been sitting in this trade for freaking 35 minutes. 35 minutes for $1,100. 1,400 if we full TP. And here we go. Drum roll, please. You know what I'm going to slam. Come on. I want to slam it. Oh, you're right there. Give it to me, baby.
That was easy.
Hell yeah. I love that button. All right. I'm flat. Great short. NQ up from 69 down to 95. 29,369 to 29,295. We're flat. Fuck yeah, Mike. Hey man, strolling down Westfield Mall window shopping, baby. It's all good. You know, just journal that, Just was watching. We didn't really get up to VWAP. On the 5 minute, we had a nice doji candle right there in between. Here, I'll just screenshot this. This is this Top Step account. It's like 3K challenge thing. Hopefully I can just pass this tomorrow. I'm not gonna trade it anymore today. But this is what I was looking at. This is all 5 minute candles. So we pretty much got in right there in the middle of that doji. So I sold 29,368. And yeah, we couldn't make it up to VWAP. We're rejecting that 9 EMA, which is the green. And we were splitting through, which is looking like a really nice opportunity to continue to short as the EMAs are kind of coiling up right now at the top. They're all pointing bearishly down. That's also aligning with what I'm looking at Bookmap. So I mean, this short is going to continue to play out. I still like the 240s. I still like that zone down there on NQ. Honestly, I'm not playing this. I still see it going lower. My risk manager is just saying, just trade this account tomorrow. All this crazy price action. I can't believe I did what I did. So we're done. This is like a static account they just released through Top Step Labs. So it's a 3K profit goal, and it's $1,000 max loss limit, and that's static. So you can only lose $1,000 on this account, and it's done. It was 49 bucks. I'm like, you know what? For $49, I'm halfway there. I'm at 1,600. Yeah, you can only trade one mini and 10 micros. So I'm obviously just going to do one mini, at least for the time being. Um, I'm not going to trade this anymore today. I don't think. I don't think I'm going to trade anything today. But I said that about an hour ago, and then they released this account. So I'm like, all right, I might as well continue to trade. It's funny how they get you. It's also interesting how they would release this account on a day like today. They're probably just raking it in, because if you're a breakout trader like I am, it's not a great day for that. So that's why I'm just like taking the money off the table, playing pretty tight stops. Actually, what is this account? I took 80% win rate. So my largest losing trade was 323 bucks. Largest trade was that one right there for $1,400. Yeah, only one loser. Just had to cut it when you know you're wrong. And I didn't trade my XFA at all during RTH. Rizzo, like right when you texted, I think we could long the open. I waited for the slightest little pullback at the opening print and bought.
It
And
was like I was like a little late. I just clicked buy bid.
dude, yeah, that happens. I just filled one mini and I just kind of wrote it up a little bit and closed it like for like $1,100 and
I thought that was swinging long. I closed my shorts.
Mhm.
I was like, maybe it's short term bottom.
Yeah.
And it just kept drifting higher like an hour after
Hmm.
the session. And then it opened, went.
Gold looks pretty good right here. Looks like it can try to get back those highs that it made up at almost 4,600.
No, I had a thank you long that
This is gonna go lower.
yes.
Oh, look at gold.
Yeah, they've been relatively weak. Yeah, yeah. Visually, like I kind of like that figure too. It's not starting to look good. I mean, I know we have some two levels coming. Yes. Points below.
Hi guys, I'm back.
Whoa, whoa.
Wow, you guys are still here trading? That's insane.
I got it. Sure.
Yeah, that's true. I just saw 605 orders pop up at 320 on NQ. Hang on a second. I'm gonna run some. Gonna run a giveaway. Hang on. I gotta find my stuff. Okay. Support.
I did try a gold long. I'm hoping to get that above like 45.80. Ideally, it goes back up to like 45.90. We'll see what gold can do for me. Come on, gold. All right. Make like a frog and ribbit.
Okay, I just posted a Legends giveaway. Hold on, there should be for 3 people. Oh, you know what? I need to redo it.
Surprise, I'm all 3 winners.
Years. reclaiming the IBES. Right on. Where'd I go?
Okay. To 3 traders. Okay, let me update it.
I'm gonna take my last contract off here. Just go flat.
Counts 2, 3. Three 50K counts. Okay.
All right, gonna cut gold.
Okay. I'm gonna post.
I go flat at the top. Possibly. It's fine.
All right. Let's see. Okay, so we're supposed to do a little podcast thing. Here we have a guest coming on. So we've got Alex here and
Hello, hello. I think we
Hi.
need to shoot out the link to our guest. I can do that if you want.
Nope, I got it.
All right.
Okay, so I'm running a webinar. I mean, not a webinar, a giveaway on here. Okay. Hang on just one quick second, guys. Okay. Well, we're going to have a guest speaker, Daniel. And let's see who's here. Daniel's here.
Hello.
Hi there.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Let's see. I
Good
think
to
we're
meet
just
you.
waiting. We're waiting for Eva. There's
I'm
Ava.
Alex Tutik. Yeah, Eva should be coming around any moment.
Awesome, awesome. So I'm running a giveaway as well. Just let's see. Just trying to put that out here. Daniel, are you on Twitter?
Yeah. I mean,
You are.
a little bit. Yeah. Daniel
A little bit?
Spansky. Yeah.
Okay. Can you drop me your so I can post it? Your
Yeah.
thanks. I think Eva's here as well. Okay. Hang on a second. I want to just I don't think. Okay, I'm gonna follow you right now. It's the first time we're meeting, so kind of excited to get to know your trading journey.
Yeah.
I'm Minx Jasmine. Most know me by Minx. So hang on a
It's good to
second.
meet you guys.
You too. I'm gonna post the guest's name in the chat. Hang on, let me add it in the captions as well. Just a second.
And for those who can't stick around, we're going to cut out the episode and post it as well, so you guys know.
What's up? What's up? Is my mic working?
Yes, it is.
Awesome.
I always forget your Twitter because you've got that 3 in there, so it's a 3
I
VA,
know
right?
someone else has it. Yeah, 3. Yeah, 3 Draconic.
All right, there we go. Okay. So I've got everybody's names on here. Okay, let me. Somebody asked me if I've used my legs or gotten paid. Oh no, not my legs. Whoa, okay. All right.
It's called Only Minx Trade. Click on the link and subscribe and smash that like button. If you want to join TWO, there's more leg pictures in there every day, live trading.
No, there's not. Crazies. All right. So Daniel, I want to, we're kind of doing this little thing where, we kind of bring on different traders and just go through their journey of trading, because I think a lot of people can resonate. You've got a history in trading, I've got a history in trading, and it's something that we'll get to, I suppose, find out more and get to meet you. And so tell me, how did you find trading in the first place, and what were you doing before it?
Sure. So I'll start before. So I still do. I was running a YouTube channel with my wife called Mango Street, which is like a photography channel. Do some like video, filmmaking stuff as well. And that's been our like kind of full-time job since like 2017. And then around like the winter, like February 2020, I think it was Wall Street Bets maybe, where I was like, wait, how are they making that percent return on like a small couple $100 purchase with like, I guess it was options. I didn't really know what options were, but and I was like, well, I should probably, they seem crazy, I'm not gonna fall into that rabbit hole. But eventually, I think I was like, okay, I have to find out about this. And so, I think I had a Robinhood account at the time, so I tried buying like a Microsoft call option or something, and then just started getting more into it. Like I had a nice like an early winner like on T-Mobile when they were buying out Sprint, and that like got me hooked. And then I started buying puts in March of 2020, and I didn't really know much. I'd been doing it for like a few weeks or maybe a month at the time, but I was like, I don't know, COVID's coming, like it seems I don't know, I think it was simple as like, market's probably gonna go down, so I started buying puts, and then I made a bunch of money in the March 2020 crash. And then that just kind of made me want to learn how to actually do it consistently. And that, I guess that's what pulled me into it. And I, since I, was self-employed already, I had the time to devote to, waking up early for the stock market, watching it and learning about it. And just taking advantage of like that freedom I had of my time, and then trying to learn something that's seemingly very difficult to do.
Nice. So you ended up starting with options first. I actually played penny stocks and crypto. So
yeah, I feel like you either start with the penny stocks and crypto or options.
yeah, right, exactly. So so what do you trade now? Like, and what does a normal session look like for you?
I trade almost entirely NASDAQ, sometimes ES as well. Usually just, the first 2 hours or so of the New York Open is what I'm trading. I tend to not do as well later in the session. So I try to avoid trading after, noon Eastern time. But yeah, it's usually just a couple hours trading NASDAQ. And yeah, sometimes I trade prop firms, sometimes I trade my own personal brokerage account. Just kind of depends on what I'm feeling and how the market is.
Nice, nice. So, um, do you trade prop firms or your own capital or kind of both or?
Yeah, both. I would say more often it's prop firms. But I have my own account that that's honestly like that's I think everyone's goal is to have a nice flush personal account that they can trade without any rules. But obviously it's nice limiting your downside too, to just whatever the cost was of getting funded or whatever. So just really depends on how the market is, how I'm trading, etc.
Nice. Okay. So, how long did it take for things to start making sense? Like, is there a moment
Yeah.
that kind of clicked with you, or is it gradual, or because
It,
I'm kind of like you, I
yeah.
trade the first hour or two, and that's like my best time, and I try to avoid the
hmm
later.
It was definitely more gradual. And, when I was trading options, I would like sit there most of the day, or I would try to trade power hour because I was like, oh, that's when things happen. And then I'll lose a bunch of money when things didn't happen in power hour. And so it took, a couple years of options. Then when I switched over to futures, that took a couple more years. So definitely like 5 years is where I started feeling like, okay, I've got a pretty good handle on things.
Nice.
Awesome, love that. I know you stream as well. Where can people catch you every day? And do you do like a
Yeah,
pre-market?
I've actually put the stream on pause for the last month or so. Just needed a break. So, but usually
Yeah.
it's on my YouTube channel. That's usually where I do most everything. It's just on my YouTube channel called Daniel Inskeep, and I'm sure I'll bring the stream back this fall. But right now, I'm just enjoying. I haven't been trading as much. I have not been enjoying this price action. So I've been really
Yeah.
not sitting down for market open. I just kind of come to my desk a little bit later in the morning and see what's happening and see if anything looks interesting. But I really just wanted to take a break from what I would describe as garbage price action.
Yeah. No, I agree on that. What of your trading years and your current career in trading, what would you say was like the turning profitable point for you? And were there people you looked up to that inspired you, or did you learn from certain people that you could share with us?
Yeah. So I would say as far as like learning, I'll start there. I would say I've learned a lot from it's a small YouTube channel called One Option. This guy named Pete, who's a market veteran. He's been in it. He used to go to the trade in the pits of the Chicago Board of Trade, and so he's kind of OG, and he's more about he does some of the futures trading, but he's mostly like a stock finding relative strength, relative weakness against SPY. And so he's more of a stock guy, but I've learned a lot from him about price action. And then for futures, like I learned a lot from Carmine Rosado, who's also on YouTube. He's well known, but he's more like supply and demand. Then he kind of moved over to Orderflow. So I've learned a lot from those two guys. And, one's, a couple 20 years older than me and one's 10 years younger than me. And they both trade different styles. And so I kind of just blended, what I've learned from a variety of resources and developed my own way of trading. And then as far as like books, I'd say like my favorite book would be Best Loser Wins, I think. If you haven't read Best Loser Wins, it's a great mindset book by Tom
Yeah.
Hugard. That to me had like the biggest, most profound, I think, change in my thinking about trading. So I highly recommend that one. Even if you don't agree with everything Tom says, like that's fine. I don't. But I think it's a fantastic book. Like when I was reading it, I highlighted. There's so many takeaways from that book. So I really, really recommend that one to people. And so then as far as like a turning point, like I documented, so my whole YouTube channel, like the idea of it was to like just transparently and honestly document different like money making things online. It was like, drop shipping or print on demand, all this stuff that people always promote. They usually are promoting it because they like have a course or they have some sort of financial incentive. And so I was like, well, it's hard to tell what's bullshit and what's not. So I wanted to do a channel where I was just like, let's just find out and I'll just share whatever happens, happens. And then when I got more into trading, that kind of took over because that was, A, it was the thing I had the most success with, and two, B, it was just the thing I was most passionate about. And so I did like a series on my channel where I tried to become a funded trader, right? Which is I did this maybe 3 years ago or something. This is when Top Step had like a 2-step eval and etc. And it took me forever. Like I spent maybe 10, 11 months, which sounds crazy, but I wasn't, I was taking it very seriously. I wasn't like just YOLOing these challenge accounts. I was like trying not to reset much, you know, a lot of times I'd just be like waiting, like around the 30-day like rebuild cycle is like I would hold on to these challenge accounts, so I took it very seriously, but it made me a better trader. At that time, I don't think I would have had any success if I was funded, even if I passed. So it was like a good way to like cut my teeth and like do it in a environment where my downside is capped. So I think that was actually really beneficial. And I can look back now and be like, yeah, I remember how hard it was for me to pass a challenge. And I like seeing that like concrete improvement over the years. I can always look back at some of my old videos and laugh at, how I was back then, which I think it's cool to have that all documented.
I love that you're documenting your journey, just like mine, how I started my Twitter as well, which is kind of like more educational, kind of what I focused on. Yeah, really interesting that your inspiration came from, such a wide range of traders and across different ages. Do you use any particular strategies? I know you kind of mentioned volume profile as well. Is that part of what does that kind of look like in your day-to-day trading?
I'm trying to get more into volume profile. Honestly, a lot of futures traders swear by it, and I have not really. I've tried to start implementing it to see how I can utilize it, but mostly I'm a price action momentum trader. I use supply and demand a little bit. I really care about previous day levels. So previous day high, previous day low, overnight high, overnight low. Those are like generally my first targets in trades. I'm going for those because 80% of the time we're going to break one of those levels. And then, I think 12% of the time we're going to break both of them. So really a small percentage of the time are we not breaking any overnight levels. So I definitely use those for targets a lot of times. I'm a big VWAP guy. I love VWAP. I love using that for targets. I love using it for entries. And a lot of it is just like it's very discretionary, and it's just once you stare at the same instrument every day for years, you just start to develop an understanding of how it moves and how it likes to move. So, like for NASDAQ, I love the 100 levels. 200, 300, 400, whatever. I think those are great levels to watch for, and look for those as targets again. Look for break and retests. Look for a bounce, a sweep, all that stuff. So. Yeah, I mean, that's in a nutshell is just, simple price action, really.
Love that. All right, thank you for sharing. Alex, do you have any questions? I know you love the more technical side too.
Oh, absolutely. Well, sounds all very sound and solid, but I think you mentioned that this price action recently has been a little tricky to navigate. So do you have a way which you differentiate between an environment you want to be part of and an environment you don't want to be part of?
Yeah, I feel like we have not had the kind of follow through and moves that I like to see. We've had a decent amount of um, divergence, I guess, between ES and NQ. Whereas, the best setups that I'm taking are when they're both moving in tandem with one another. And so a lot of times, especially off the open, they're doing different things. That kind of drives me nuts because we're just not going to get as clean of moves as when they are moving together. And honestly, I'm not the best range trader. I'm trying to become a better range trader. But sometimes when we do get stuck in a range, like by the time I'm like, okay, stop looking for the breakout, stop looking for the breakdown. That's when we'll just do like one of those like little sweeps like in the range. Like today we had that around like 10 a.m. my time. It just pops kind of like the range it's been trading in. And so something I've been trying to do is get a little bit better at trading the more balanced conditions, and stop looking for the breakdowns and breakouts and just kind of take more of a base hit. So that's something I'm like trying to get better at. But yeah, generally when when ES and NQ are kind of doing different things, and when we're not getting like follow through in the moves, I find that a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of people, they get very much stuck on which strategy am I going to use and, what's the setup like. But, in reality, so much of trading is just being placed, at the right time and the right place for where those forced moves happen and where that flow happens. So do you have a few? I saw when I was checking out your profile here that you kept up a few tickers. Maybe there was some tech tickers, there was some mag tickers. Are there a few tickers that you just tend to keep up when trading in general?
Not really, honestly. The only other, like the one thing I do pull up is VIX. So I look at the VIX futures, which is /VX. I have to do it on like Thinkorswim because that's where I have like the data feed for it. Otherwise, you'd like pay extra from like TradingView, I think. But I look at VIX, and when ES has moved, up or down at least 1% on the day, I definitely pay more attention to VIX, and I'm looking for a divergence, or I'm looking for the market tilting its hand. So when let's say we're like consolidating at the highs, if VIX is inversely correlated to the market, right? So if I start to see VIX sell off a little bit while we're consolidating at the highs, well, I'm going to expect a pop from the market. If conversely, if VIX is grinding higher while we're just kind of not really moving anywhere, I'm going to expect the upside to be short-lived, and I'm instead going to be expecting more of a move to the downside. So that's like one kind of maybe you call it a market internal, something like that I look at, but I don't really look at much else in terms of tickers.
I saw that you had, you mentioned you had a little bit of a creative background, and there was some video and some music. I think you can probably liken it a bit to a mix bus, right? You have all these different sectors, all these different areas, and if one is getting too overweight, the natural reaction is to pull down the fader, or remove it a little bit out of the mix. So that's kind of how I think about these different tickers. And VIX is obviously really useful. I would probably look into the VIX 3M ratio, because then you can actually look at the momentum, with the moving average or something. Is the short-term pricing going up in relation to the long-term pricing? Super useful. It's kind of like with the 20 EMA on a 30-minute chart, it's kind of like a really good like trend gauge. So
yeah,
what is the market thinking? So it's pretty cool. If you went back in time, what would be some things that you said, okay, if this and this happens, then I take a trade, and if this happens, then I just stay out? Or what did you struggle with when you started out?
When I made the jump to futures, I was definitely like, I was over trading every little micro structure on the 1 minute. I was like trying to trade. It was crazy. And there's documentation of this. I did a video where I tried day trading with $1,000, and I had never traded futures before. So it was like a hot mess. I think I needed to zoom out and look at the bigger picture, right? So I mentioned supply and demand zones, like those I care more about on a higher time frame. And again, using like the 15-minute, I like a lot for direction, and I don't really like trading against the 15-minute. And so just kind of having that bigger picture in mind, you can get really myopic when you're staring at like a 1 minute chart trying to scalp everything. That's just a recipe for disaster. And so that's what I was doing at first when I started trading futures, and it did not go well.
Yeah,
I remember those days.
Yeah.
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Minx.
Oh, okay.
A little
I was gonna
low,
say-
but
Oh, all right. Well, hang on. I can't find the
Input like
stream.
settings?
No. All
Oh.
right. No, because I think. So what year did you start trading futures? I'm just curious.
Well, the first attempt I did was like 2021, I think, and then I went back to options, and then I
Options.
came back to futures in maybe 2022 or 3 or something like that.
Yeah,
It all
because
blurs together. Yeah.
it's funny because that's the same time I started trading futures as well. Mine was in 2022. We didn't have, and I keep telling this to everyone. Right now, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram is saturated with futures traders. Everybody's a
yeah.
futures trader. But back then,
No one was.
we barely exactly. And people don't believe me. They're like, "Oh yeah, you were the first one who did." I'm like, no, that's not
There
what
was
I'm
hardly
saying.
anything about it. I was
Exactly. It's
trying to like
a trial
learn
and
about it,
error.
and there wasn't much. No one was really talking about it.
Exactly. It was
Yeah.
really trial and error. And like I remember the first time I traded oil, and I didn't even know because I was in the minis, and I got in, and as soon as I got in, I was down $80, and I'm like, what the hell? I
Mhm.
just got in. There's no way,
Yeah.
you know. I didn't know that every penny was $10. So
Mhm.
back then it was very scarce for it's just over the past like year, and you know, obviously every month, you know, there's a new um uh, you know what I'm trying to say. But okay, so
Yeah.
we kind of have a similar timeline, I suppose, when it comes to um our trading journey. So
It
it's kind
sounds
of
like
fun.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, so when was your original trading exposure? Because that was 2021 in futures, right? Or
Yeah.
did you trade a few
2020.
years before?
Just 2020, like
2020, yeah.
like February. I looked it up in Robinhood, my history. 2020 in February is when I bought my first options contract.
I love how it was in options too. Everybody
Yeah.
goes down that road and they like get burned.
Yeah.
So have you ever gone back to options, or are you just still like
Every once in a
trading
while,
futures?
but yeah, every once in a while, like if I don't mind holding something to zero, right? So like futures is great because you can have those like bracket orders set. Your risk is managed. Options, it's you can't really do hard stop losses. I mean, I've never the way the pricing is, it's a little bit too difficult to do that. And so sometimes you can lose more than you anticipate. And but the other side is, you know, if you feel strongly about direction, but you're not entirely sure about your overall timing intraday, like I think options can be nice where you can, you know, you can put the trade on hold to zero and, you know, either works or it doesn't. So that's kind of nice. But generally speaking, I futures kind of won me over.
I love it. Any questions from the audience? Drop them in the chat. Has there been a lesson you would say that you wish you had learned sooner in your trading career? And
Yeah.
what would you tell newer traders today, now that you have way more experience?
Like everyone says, don't strategy hop. You know, I think if something doesn't work out right away or doesn't click with you, you're like, well, that's not working. That's too hard. Whatever. I'm gonna go find something else. It's all hard. There's no easy button. You're not gonna find anything that's just all of a sudden gonna be like, oh, this is easy. You know, I think when you're learning, it's always gonna be a challenge. So just just find something that works with your personality, and that you know, I would look at some data, you know, you could back test, see what's working historically and see if you can forward test on paper and then maybe put a little risk on. The other thing is like, it's going to sound counterintuitive, but I recommend people to stop trying to make money when you're learning. That's not the goal. The goal is to learn, right? If you're in med school, your goal is not to make $300,000 that year. Your goal is to learn how to become a doctor, right? So it's kind of like the same thing where you need to, if you just focus on the money, you're going to have the hardest time. Really, you have to focus on actually getting better. I used to think like I heard early on, I was like, you know, 2 years minimum to be profitable. And so year two of trading options, I'm like, okay, well, it's been 2 years. I should be good now. Like, you know, like this, I think should go well. But that doesn't I mean, just because I had spent 2 years clicking buttons doesn't mean anything. You actually have to, like, analyze your trading, see where your weak spots are, see what you can tighten up, see what holes you can plug. You actually have to, like, actually make change. You can't just stare at charts and hopefully it's all gonna click one day. You actually have to put the work in.
Yeah, for sure. That leads me on to another question. Do you journal, or what does that kind of look like for you in your trading reflection?
Yeah, I've been on and off with journaling, and you know, I've done TradeZella. I've also done you can create your own Discord server just with you in it. And you can like post your charts. You can post your thoughts just for yourself. So you can go back and, you know, Discord's very searchable. So it's like kind of nice. That's a good free journal you could use. And so I've kind of gone, I haven't really stuck with anything because it kind of depends on the accounts I'm trading. Like if I'm trading a prop firm eval, like I'm not going to journal that. I'm not going to trade it the same way I would trade a funded account. So I do drop the ball a little bit with it from here and there. Right now, I would say my challenge sometimes is I just oversize. I get a little too greedy. And so I know, sizing down is how I see the most sustained success. And so anytime I start feeling like, just like get 10 points on 2 minis, I want to stop myself and say, wait, hold up. You've seen this story play out before. Don't do it. It's a bad habit. Even if it works out that time, it's a bad habit to develop. So it's really, I think every person trading needs to hear that you should probably size down. Almost every trader probably needs to size down, and the proper environment's not necessarily conducive to like doing things like the slow and boring way, but that is the way. Is to you probably should be trading micros.
Yeah. I mean, when you're trading prop, your risk is, obviously a lot more tighter. One more question from the audience is, do you trade futures options as well?
No, I've never gotten into it. I don't really know anything about it. I know it exists, and that's about it.
I think I traded it probably like twice, but yeah, no, the liquidity isn't quite the same, I would say. I guess finally one from the risk question. Another question from the audience says, what would you advise a newbie to start trading futures, or how can it get started, who are thinking about it?
Yeah, I mean, what you could just do a little paper trade on TradingView or whatever, just to get the mechanics down, understand the P&L movement of whatever you're trading. And then, you could go the prop firm route just to keep your downside limited. And like when I did my trying to become a funded trader series, which, again, lasted many months, it was a great way to like really get better at trading without like spending a lot of money. And again, it's not like I don't recommend people resetting 3 times a day or whatever. Like really take it slow and pretend like it's real money. That's how I did. I was like, if I had $1,000 red day on a 150K eval, like I was upset, which is I chuckle at that now, but I think that was actually the right approach, was like taking it very seriously. For like, that entire period of time, I only spent maybe, a couple $1,000s total. And that really helped me learn a lot without, blowing personal account after personal account.
That the risk question is obviously, very important. And do you have a way for how you size trades? Because that's also pretty important. It's not every day that you have like an A+ setup. And how do you categorize that, if you do at all?
Yeah, I think about it in terms of how confident I am in this setup. Again, if it's a B setup and I'm just like, I kind of want to make my $150 for the day, I'm definitely sizing on the lower end of the spectrum. What I found works really well, like oftentimes I trade 50K prop firm accounts. What I find works well is starting with 2 or 3 micros. And then, if the trade's working out, you can add another 2 or 3, but kind of cap it there. And that's plenty. And that really helps you avoid the large red trade, which can throw you on tilt. It can lead to cascading poor decision after poor decision, which is what you want to avoid. And so it fixes a lot of like problems where you'll put yourself on tilt. And so I find usually, again, if my risk can be tight, if my point of invalidation is pretty obvious on the chart, then I'll feel more comfortable going in with a little bit larger size. But again, I want to make sure that I'm not going to risk too much for the account size or how much drawdown I have left.
Do you trail your stops as well? Because a lot of traders, they will start trading pretty early on, and some have, different volatility-based systems. So,
yeah, I don't use a volatility-based thing. I definitely do trail. Like I moved to break even, fairly. Sometimes it's so to my detriment. But again, it also depends on the kind of trade you're taking. If it's a reversal trade, you might need to be a little slower to move to break even, because sometimes we'll do another test of the lows or the highs or whatever type of trade based off the structure. So I definitely do trail, and usually it's to a point where that just looks good structurally based off the price action. And yeah, I'm still, still working that out, because sometimes I think letting it run, is the better move. And that's where I think the journal can come in handy. Is you can kind of do an analysis on your, like a walk away analysis. Like, if I held this trade for 30 minutes to longer than when I exited, do I make or lose money? What about 5 minutes? What about 15 minutes? You could do that kind of analysis on your trading and see over time, through a large enough sample size, am I actually exiting too early? Because that tells me, okay, my directionally, I'm right very often, and so I should trust that, and it can help you build confidence in your trading system.
Oh, for sure. That's where, having somewhat of a binary system of environment definitely helps, because then you can say, okay, if these ratios or these tickers are, are they trending? Are they going the opposite direction? Are they in the middle? It's a very good way to categorize, different scenarios, right?
Yeah.
Because that's essentially reading environment, knowing if you should let it run or if you should just look for mean reversions. Do you have any give back rule, or is that something that you thought about? Because, a lot of people, when they work on, growing an account or whatever, trading in general, they usually say, oh, okay, if I run up, I can't give back more than, let's say, 30% of the day's run up. Is that something that you have looked into?
Yeah, I don't have a hard and fast rule, but what I like to do is, let's say I have a nice trade, nice couple trades. I'm up, let's just say $1,000. To me, that's a good day. I like it. I'm happy. But, let's say I'm really, really reading price action well. Like, I want to keep trading because it's going well. What I'll do is just size way down. So, like, if I'm trading a mini, I'll size down to like 3 micros, and take another trade. And that way, if I'm right, I feel good, like I've still participated and I'm taking advantage of the price action for the day. And if I'm wrong, not a big deal. I didn't give back much profit at all. I can shut down for the day and feel good about my ending. Like, how I don't necessarily believe in just walking away when things are really good. Like, I think some of the best traders will put the pedal to the floor, and really, there's probably 20 days a year that most traders make the significant portion of their profit for the entire year. And so I don't necessarily agree with just walking away just because I hit my target for the day. If the market's offering, I'm going to take, right? So I think a good way to do that, though, is just by sizing way down, and you can still participate in the upside and keep your losses really to a minimum and hold on to that profit. Because otherwise, again, it'll lead to a cascading series of poor decisions. If you give back too much of your profit, you're gonna be like, dang, I was at $1,000 profit, now I'm at 200. I want to get back to that 1,000 because I had it. It's really hard mentally, I think, to like be okay with making much less when you just had a lot more money. I think that's a struggle to get over. So if you just eliminate that option, that possibility, then you don't ever have to try to fight that emotional tilt.
I know it's kind of like
Right.
green, and you keep trading, and it's like, when is enough, right?
Yeah.
Shout out to everyone. Please give us a like and a follow. Appreciate all the guests we have on today. Work really hard to bring on amazing guests, and do drop us in the DMs if you'd like to hear any other guests as well in future. Another amazing question from the audience, and keep them rolling in, is what was the hardest challenge you faced in your trading journey? Was accepting losses hard for you too, or how did that look like when you were on sort of like a losing streak, if you like?
Yeah, I think that's incredibly challenging. And I think that's why my favorite book is Best Loser Wins, because just like the title insinuates, if you get good at losing, that's like the best place to be in as a trader, is to be okay with a loss, because again, it keeps you from tilting. It's like as soon as you get into like the mindset of, I gotta have a green day, I gotta do whatever again, because I like my calendar view looking all green. I could post this on social media, look how green I am. But as soon as you start doing that, you've lost the plot there. You can't do that. Like, you have to, if you can accept a small red day and be like, this is not the price action that I do well in, that's going to set you up for success. Because generally what I've struggled with is trying to force my trading on a market that does not want to cooperate, right? And I'm stubborn. Guess what? The market's more stubborn, and the market does not care about how I like to trade or what I want from it. And so, as as soon as you can get good at taking a loss and being fine with it and ending the day, you're on the path for success, because that is very challenging. And everyone loses. It's inevitable. You're going to lose. So you might as well get comfortable with it. And you might as well get comfortable with, keeping the losses small and not feeling like you have to force a green day, because that's going to be to your detriment.
I
Yeah,
completely agree.
absolutely.
This morning, actually, that you mentioned that, I usually will not try to force trades, but I kept trading in the same area, even though it was going directly in my favor. But the ATR was so wide and my stop loss was so tight that it just continued to wick me out. So I kept forcing that. And that's a good reminder to don't force something when you see it's not,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
not there. So
The time I've blown up the most is when I feel a strong conviction in something because XYZ. I'm like, oh, I see this, so therefore this has to happen. And I remember this is one of my first funded accounts. I felt so strongly in my conviction, even though the market was disagreeing with me. I was shorting this high, and then I added to it. So I was doubling my size, which was not called for. This was before I was really moving in my direction. And guess what? It ran to new highs, and it stopped me out, and it made a large loss. And I'm like, okay, well, that was a sweep first. Now it's going to fall, right? So I'm shorting again, but I have to short double size because I lost double size, right? It's cascading poor decision making. And guess what? It just went higher, and I lost, and I blew the account. It's really just important to not force you're not getting paid to take trades, right? If the opportunity is not there, the market doesn't owe you anything. And so it's really, you have to be patient. And if you can identify a day that's not congruous with how you like to trade, then you need to step aside and come back the next day.
yeah, I agree.
Totally. I mean, I only traded yesterday, the entire week, because market environment didn't really look that interesting, at least in ES. I mean, gold was nice, sugar been nice, been a lot of different markets that are performing well, but just, within kind of the ES NQ space just yesterday. Yeah, I think, some people, it's hard to control yourself, right? So personally, I'm fully automated when it comes to when to trade, risk, all that stuff. So how long did it take you to, gain that self-control where you could start consistently, producing or making more money than spending on these different challenges or, in general?
Yeah, it took a long time, and it literally wasn't until I went down to 2 to 3 micros on a funded account, and then all of a sudden I'm seeing these green days stack up. I'm keeping accounts alive for multiple payout rounds, and so that I'm stubborn, and unfortunately, it took me way longer than it could take anyone else who's learning. They could just learn from my mistakes and the mistakes of many others, and really heed the advice of sizing down, because everyone I talk to, I swear that's the one issue is everyone wants to trade minis, multiple minis, whatever, because when it moves 100 points, yeah, it feels good. But really, you can't, the drawdown we get from funded accounts is not enough. And so you have to be able to keep yourself alive for the good price action, for the good days. The last thing you want to do is finally get a funded account. Then we have maybe 2-3 days of less than ideal price action, and you blow the account. Then guess what? We have a day of beautiful price action, and you're back in an eval, right? So it's living to trade another day. All these kind of idiom, all these mantras and all these cliches. There's a lot of truth to them, and they exist for a reason. So it really is okay. Stay alive through the shitty price action, so you can be around for when the price action is great, and that's where you can put pedal to the floor and make a lot of money.
Yeah, for sure. I think
Absolutely.
sizing is, main thing, but I think risk management to me is number one, certainly on that. which leads to a question. I think you kind of did answer it before, but this would be a very interesting split. So Mehmet asked, do you have a real futures account, so I guess your own personal, and trade them? And if you do you have a different approach as compared to trading prop firms? So do you trade differently than to your personal?
Yeah,
prop?
I do have a couple personal accounts. What I love about them is it's like, I think of props as like training wheels. Like there's all these rules and blah, blah, blah. You have to think about, okay, I got to make this in a day. When you're trading a personal account, it's just freedom. Like that's, I think we've just gotten so used to all these, consistency rule. Oh, I got to make $150 for 5 days before I can pay myself. All these silly kind of rules that are, they're necessary for the business, but for us as traders, the personal account is ultimate freedom. So, I can make $1,000 and pay myself that same day, which is amazing. So, I mean, I still trade similar. It's very similar, but like maybe, um, I mean, I don't have any like hurdles. I don't have to worry about hitting any benchmarks like I do with like a prop firm account. I don't have to look at my P&L. There's a lot of benefits to trading a personal account, because it is ultimate freedom as a trader. And so, I again, I trade similar setups, but like it's just without worrying about anything else, and no more extra hoops to jump through.
Yeah, no consistency rules. Would you say you're more aggressive in personal? I heard some people are. I know I am personally.
Yeah, I can be, because maybe you don't have those hurdles, but you do have like in the back of your mind, like, oh, if I make like earlier this year, I ran my 1K trading challenge back on my YouTube channel, like the one I did 5 years ago, where I was learning futures, and I did it again. And so while I was doing that, if I was up like $800 for the day, I was thinking like, oh, if I make like another $500, I'll go buy like a PlayStation 5. I was like, that seems fun. And then I did it, and I was like, wait, I actually don't think I want a PlayStation 5. I'll just keep the money. But so it does feel more like an immediate, like that's how much money I made. Bottom line, like no asterisks, nothing like, oh, I got to do this and this and this to actually see it in my bank account. Like I love just like requesting withdrawal from a personal account after a nice day of trading.
Yeah, absolutely. Another follow-up question is, do you have a particular time of the day where you're most profitable?
Yeah, it's usually 9:30 to 10:30 Central. So 10:30 to 11:30 Eastern, if my math is good. So essentially an hour after market opens. Like that little window there tends to be the best. Like the market, I'm not getting whipped around in the opening volatility. Like I've waited to get a sense of what price is doing for the morning. And so that little window there is definitely where my most profitable trades happen. Sometimes, off the open, there's like good momentum, and you can get profit real quick. So sometimes I'll trade the momentum of the opening, 15 minutes, but that's less often. And because I hate taking early kind of momentum trades where you get wicked out, and that kind of like ruins the the tone for the rest of the session, where you have to like claw yourself out of the hole, and it's kind of like kind of messes with how you trade. Because if you take, let's say you take like 2 stop outs trading like the opening volatility, you're down like $600. And now when you actually have a good setup, maybe you're hesitant to take that setup because you don't want to lose any more money. Or maybe you do take the setup, but you trail because you just want to get back to break even, and really you should be holding to your profit target. So there's a lot of different ways you can kind of just get in your own way. And so I like to ideally wait for me to get a better handle and a better sense of price for the day before I hop in.
Yeah, makes sense. I think Ezra's just asking, like, the main question is, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with him if he has found a back-tested strategy and cannot follow the plan because due to impatience? I think we already mentioned before, is just back-testing and forward testing are 2 different things. Do you tend to do any of that stuff yourself as well?
Yeah, I've gotten more into it lately. I'm working on some automated strategies, right? So building some like trading bots, and I found this one from TradingView, a strategy that was like open source. I like ran it through Claude to try to optimize it a little bit, And then I started forward testing it, and it was like a momentum scalping thing on a 3-minute. And what I found were the fills were like way worse. Maybe because it was, however many hundreds of milliseconds it was for the alert to execution was really throwing off the P&L, but basically it was not nearly as profitable as the backtesting report made it seem. And so when I looked at like the trading view executions versus my actual brokerage paper trading executions, I lost more and didn't make as much. So about being more patient, though, you really just have to understand that you're not getting paid to press buttons. You're getting paid to find the right opportunity to press the buttons. It's not just pressing the buttons. And so I think you just have to accept that it's like really boring and dull. It's like, I used to play online poker back in the day. And what you find is, you're folding so many freaking hands. You're folding 80% of the time. It's boring. That's why, people play like 16 tables at once, because that way there's always a hand to play. But with trading, hopefully you're not trading 16 different accounts in different ways. But, a lot of it is folding, i.e. sitting on your hands, not doing anything. And that's just the nature of the beast. You're waiting for that opportunity to strike, because that's when you get paid.
Yeah, I can probably just say straight out loud, like any automated strategy on TradingView is going to be, that's not going to be something that's profitable, just because of, it's more important what it doesn't do than what it does do. And then trying to define something without like, options data, tick accurate data, understanding the regime, it's going to be incredibly hard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And essentially, like, I am more semi-systematic, right? So all you, like, if you want to have a system, it should be more focused on what you shouldn't do, and then automate all that kind of bullshit away. And then instead, it should be something which does honest data representation in an easy to understand way, because there's so much noise in the market, and you kind of want the tool to just Eli 5 everything and just say, look, here's absorption, here we are stretched, these markets are going with me or against me. So for all the people out there listening, I don't think you can just buy a strategy. Most people can't even define edge, like, of these people who sell them. So that's
Yeah, some good points for sure. I forgot what I was gonna say, but yeah, I think you have some valid thoughts there.
Yeah, I mean, how are you gonna even bucket ticks when you don't even have tick data? I mean, come on, that's crazy. So if you were to automate something, what would be the things that you would remove? That you would say this shouldn't happen. Like, I shouldn't do this, and I shouldn't do that. Like,
so what I want to do is find a more, you probably have a good idea, but like a very objective way to determine what environment I should not be placing trades in. Because I mentioned you don't want to get chopped up on days with garbage price action. Well, you need to be able to identify that garbage price action sooner than later. Otherwise, it's going to be inevitable. You're going to lose $2,000 and be like, well, that was crappy price action today. Okay, great. But you lost $2,000 in it. So how can you avoid that next time? So that's what I'm trying to think of, is like trying to find, when it comes to like indicators and things like that, I'm not looking for something to tell me when to place a trade. I'm looking for something more to eliminate trades. Like, when should I not be trading is, like, to me, probably one of the most important things. So I'm looking for, because as I've been getting more into like trying to see if I can automate something, like you were saying, Alex, is one of the most important things is staying out of trouble, essentially, like not placing trades.
yeah, absolutely. Because the actual entry method, I mean, you could literally be, if you understand the environment, you could literally be like, I'm just trading the 15 EMA. Like, doesn't matter that much. Like, yeah, you can do a retest, a pullback, a failure of a swing. it's not very. The entry method is the easiest part. I mean, that's what people don't understand. And yeah, you can jump to like auction market theory. You can jump to volume profile. That's where I live. All that is just a more honest data representation. I mean, that's it. It's not going to change anything. Can maybe give you a little bit more of an X-ray view, like, but location and environment. That's still everything. So that's why you see all these. Yeah.
But I was gonna say your trading strategy can be stupid simple, and if you compare it with the greater context, you can have success trading 50% retracements only. That could be your only strategy, and as long as you know how to like identify the right context when to take those trades, you can be massively successful. It can be stupid simple. It's just as long as you can have the greater picture, be able to read that, and have some sort of method for avoiding garbage.
And that's the funny thing, because I came from this like super technical way of trading. Like I before I started trading manually, I was developing and was in groups trying to do algos and stuff like that before AI was really doing much. And the funny thing is, like the biggest difference was essentially environment and not fighting momentum or trend on like. The execution time frame, and that the funny thing is the easiest like anti-stupidity filter is just just throw on that whatever EMA, maybe it's a 15, maybe it's a 20, maybe it's an 8 on the execution time frame, have the location, have the environment, and I can guarantee you're gonna do less stupid things, because going against the trend is not a good idea. So it's just it's funny, and Minx is really big on that. Coupling flow and momentum, and you can see she has success with it.
Yeah, I think that's a good point about not finding momentum. Like, if I'm looking at something that to me is indicating a reversal, and I feel good about it, well, not necessarily good about it, but I feel like, okay, yeah, we've already gone so much higher. We're bound to pull back, right? That's the common misconception a lot of people have. But once I stopped looking for that reversal and just got hopped on with the trend is when I started making money on those kind of days where maybe you missed an earlier entry and we've just been grinding up all day. Instead of looking for that reversal, just go with it. And as soon as I stopped trying to be stubborn and try to get, look for 100 points on a reversal or something, and just went with the direction, is when I was like, oh, yeah, that was easy. Okay. Like, I started making some money. Okay. Why am I fighting it?
Yeah, sometimes it's like the most simple, the most obvious thing. And I think a lot of people who just start out, maybe they listen to this, episode, they get all burnt by, videos on YouTube about EMAs and, momentum indicators. And many times it's just because they haven't really had the chance to understand like how to use the most absolutely basic tools that show the most basic information. But that basic information is truth in a way, right? And knowing when those things shift, it can be such a big part in tilting the outcome to the better. So that's awesome to hear it from you as well.
Indeed.
Ladies, any more questions? Audience, any more questions?
I think more of a technical question for you boys. Do you guys have a little manual on how to backtest properly and how to get tick data for X past months? TradingView Premium subscription can only handle so much 15-second days backwards. Identifying entries on 15 seconds time frame after. Why are you trading on the 15 seconds is the question.
I was actually developing a couple of years ago. I was developing a backtesting platform because I couldn't find what I wanted out there. I had to put the project on pause, but yeah, we were trying to get tick data, that's a lot more involved. It's a lot more data.
Expensive. Yeah.
And so the one that's like the most common one that I know of is FX Replay that's out there. That's a backtesting platform. And I can't remember if they added tick data or not. TradeZella also has backtesting. I don't know if you could do 15-second because think about how much data it is historically.
It's expensive.
So much. Yeah, so it's really expensive. And so most platforms are gonna be like, okay, we could go down to like a 1 minute because that's going to cover 99% of our users. But 15-second, I think, is going to be really tough.
Yeah, I think the main thing is like asking yourself, like, why are you backtesting on such a low time frame?
There's so much
when-
noise and so much
Yeah.
like algo driven garbage that is not going to be relevant to you.
I think you need to do a bit of research there, Ezra. And as you know, most profitable traders are actually on a higher time frame because you're looking at the bigger picture for the bigger moves. If you are, but also you have AI now, so ChatGPT, Claude is a great tool you can use now to ask all those questions. But I will say, real data is a lot of money and it can cost you in the thousands. So just bear that in mind if you want real data.
I have a question for Ezra. When you say you identify entries on the 15-second time frame, what strategy do you use? I'm just curious because I
get anxiety on the 15-second.
I look at the order flow footprint, which actually prints everything, every single order that goes through, but I could never make a decision for like an actual entry on a 15-second time frame.
And regarding that back testing, like don't even attempt to do complex back testing. The better, what you should do probably if you want data is to think more like 80s style, like very old school data collection. And it's also going to be very beneficial for a discretionary trader. It can be like super basic stuff, like the things you would see on Edgeful, but you can take it like a step further. Like, for example, if you're opening up above prior day close, what's the probability that the day is going to close green? Or if we're opening up above yesterday's or prior week's value area high or value area low, what's the probability that we're going to close outside or inside that value area? Like very super basic binary ways of looking at the market, then kind of putting them together. Because doing something fully automated is going to be very, very difficult as retail, unless you do it on higher time frames.
And you talk about imbalances. You're generally going to find those on a much higher time frame. So value area high, value area low, your PDO lows, your weeklies, high and low. So you're not really going to find that on the 15 seconds. It's almost impossible. If you're looking for a 1.5R trade, that's so easy to do on 5-minute time frame, to be really honest.
The only real benefit of going down to those lower time frames, it's because it makes way more sense to look at delta divergences on a lower time frame, like 30 seconds and below, than it does on 1 minute and up. That's the only thing. Cumulative delta divergences, volume, that's very clear on a low time frame. So if you have a level, right, you say you're on the 15 second, maybe throw on like volume on that 15 second, maybe throw on cumulative delta on that 15 second, and then see how price reacts around that level. But just trading on the 15 seconds, it's going to be tricky,
I think you're going to have more gray hairs than anything. It's not sustainable longevity wise. I don't know
throwing
any
a dart, I think.
Yeah.
Only for reading flow, that's it.
Yeah. I mean, for example, for me, I use multi-time frame for, confluences. I will execute on the 1 minute, because you can find those exact pivot points, but I will be using a 5 minute or at least minimum 5 minutes to 30. I look at 30 minutes, 1 hour and 4 hour a lot, because then I know where I'm going to the imbalances for that day. That makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. So Bob says here, you don't need order flow. The amount of orders coming in don't affect the price. So footprint doesn't show orders coming in. It just shows orders that are actually filled or already filled. So actual executed contracts at the bid and the asks, resting limits don't move the price, obviously. So they're just orders sitting in the book, and you're right, that doesn't move price. But that's not what a footprint or order flow footprint chart is. So I've seen a lot of people using like ICT and using the regular candles and calling it order flow. That's not
No.
it. That's not what that is. I'm sorry, guys. That's just trying to sound fancy. But basically, price moves when someone crosses a spread that takes that resting liquidity out, and that's what exactly what a footprint measures. So I have Bookmap on the left side, and that shows us resting orders, but footprint shows us the completed transactions. So like I don't use it on its own. I use it as confluence. I have levels of my technical analysis, which is on the regular, I mean, I actually have them on the same chart too, but I use the footprint to see whether that level is getting absorbed or if it's like going to be run straight through, if it's a confirmation, if it's going to reject, hold, that kind of a thing. So that's what the footprint really is. It's showing you who's stronger. Is it the sellers or is it the the buyers? So I hope that helps.
Yeah, I think that's it's a good point. It doesn't necessarily move the market. It shows intent and it shows activity, right? Because what moves the indexes is the equities, all the tickers, right? That's what moves the index, right? It's and the thing is, like, futures is heavily used for hedging as well. So it doesn't necessarily mean that just because you see certain flow, that's a reflection of risk participation. Can just be hedging a position from a market maker. But yes, actually, resting liquidity can move the market, especially when size comes in. But you need to have an aggregated book for that to see what activity matters and what doesn't matter. You can get that with Bookmap if you set it up properly, but it won't it won't be something which is going to be more important than market structure itself, than trend itself, than profile level or value area. But what it will do is it's going to show you, is this move more or less likely to happen? That's about it.
I still look at the resting orders and they're just sitting there and they can be spoof orders. I'm not a big fan of them. Every single day I'll like see something in Bookmap, 1,000 lots. You'd think the price would go there and it starts, a little bit, but then like they remove it, 100 or 200 points away. And it's like, okay, well, that was just dumb.
Yep.
So
yeah, but you're looking at it as a magnet. That's the problem.
yeah, I'm looking at it as a magnet, but a lot of times there's spoof orders, and I don't like spoof orders. It's like a false intent, So that's the way I see it. Like right now, we've got 1,073 hanging around at 76.65, and these I think that they've been moving that number all day. I don't know if any of you have noticed, but like earlier this morning, we saw like 1,000 something at a different spot. I can't remember. Maybe I can go back and check, but I don't know, but it's good to have things in confluence, I think.
Yeah, so lots of different takeaways from different tools here. Daniel, do you have any insights or things you would like to share with us that you feel like you need to or haven't shared with anyone before?
I guess size down. Stop trying to make money. Instead of trying to make money, just look to take a good setup and be okay with losing. That's like the three key points, I think, to making strides in your trading.
Yeah. I it's funny because I actually pretty much say the same thing. I tell people, if you're not consistent, stop looking at the P&L. It doesn't matter. Try to be find a strategy, work on it, and get consistent at least 3 weeks before you're even looking at, just your setup, and before you're looking at the P&L, and then scale, and then, so.
And
yeah.
and like analyze, like you can have AI or whatever do it, but analyze your trades. So like I know TradeZilla came out with a thing where it was like you could have it like analyze your performance for the last month and tell you what you keep doing, that what holes you need to plug. But you can do that with probably any other tool if you upload your executions. But I would say do that and then look for, like, maybe you don't even notice that you're doing something that's detrimental to how you trade to your success, right? So yeah, maybe you keep trading aggressively at 11 after 11 a.m. when you're red for the day. Like that's what I had a report pulled for like June or something in my trading, and I was saying how I need to stop if I'm red at 11 a.m. I need to stop because I only get more red from there. So it was like certain things like that like maybe I don't necessarily think about, and they're just habits at that point. So looking using any tool available that can help you point out little weaknesses in your trading, that can be really helpful.
I agree.
Awesome sauce. Is there any more questions from the audience? I think that's probably about it. We can wrap it up. Daniel, when are you back on streaming again? I think that's a bigger question that some of your biggest followers are asking.
I'm working on some like full YouTube videos, which I haven't done in a while. So I'm working on some of those. I think probably in the fall I'll get back on the trading wagon, but just been enjoying more relaxing mornings, and yeah. So
I love that. Where can they find you on your other channels? Mango Street, right?
Mango Street, if you're into, well, we're kind of like winding down a lot of that stuff, but yeah, mainly Daniel Inskeep on YouTube. A lot of trading stuff there, and more videos coming out. And if there's like, I do a lot of just kind of experiments, and I'm testing some algos and some strategies. Like if there's anything that you guys want to see, let me know, and I could try to make a video about it. No BS. I don't sell anything, so just try to keep it 100.
Awesome. Love that. Yeah, follow everyone here on X. Probably the best way to message us and ask them more questions if you guys have as well, and send him a DM. Yeah, I look forward to your future projects, Daniel. It's always been a pleasure working with you.
Likewise.
Thank you for coming on.
Thanks for having me, guys. Nice to chat with everybody.
You too.
Yeah,
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah,
have
later.
a great day.
Well, I'm still here. Yeah, it's kind of cool bringing this, kind of hearing about other people's journeys, and sometimes like his journey definitely resonated with mine. Compared to quite a bit of other like people, trading the options and getting into futures earlier than most, and not having that, a lot of it was done like trial and error. So it was that was kind of very interesting. I like that. Today's price action this morning was it was trash. Pre-market was great, but it was trash after that, the first 2 hours. Tomorrow we've got
OpEx. Yeah. Chop. I might be taking tomorrow off.
I know. I don't know if I'm gonna trade tomorrow. Yeah.
I don't know if anything looks like the 30 minutes of the opening looks like hot garbage. You're going to get whiplashed back and forth unless you're a good range trader. I would stay away, to be honest. If you're green on the week, have a fantastic weekend. Just walk away.
Yeah.
I think that's the hardest part. We did bring it up in the conversation with Daniel, is getting good at sitting on your damn hands. It's actually really harder than most people think, is to not press buttons. It's so easy to enter, but is it the right strategy? Was it the right, was it your setup, or are you just clicking buttons for the sake of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's when people are like, get into red trade, or like, oh, entered here, and then they try and bank on hopium and don't know when to risk and stop out when they should just stop out and take a pause.
Yep. I agree. It's been I mean, I think every trader goes through that.
Yeah.
Like even I always have a hard stop loss, very, very tight. But then I noticed, today I'm like, I need to adjust it, but I should have just kind of not adjusted and just sat out instead. But in hindsight, yeah. But when you're kind of thinking that, okay, maybe this time this your setup is coming through, and the thing is it did come through. It's just that I get wicked out, and then it would go in that direction. So, but it doesn't mean that I need to change my strategy or anything like that just because of one day. So
I think that's what I really admire about you is your strict rules of your stop loss. It's obviously a fixed stop loss, so that makes you way more accurate in your entries because you don't have that loose leeway of adjusting the stop according to the ATR, or like how I do it normally. So therefore I would adjust my sizing of the trade, and that's why I think I love that about you. It's so strict. You stop out, you stop out.
yeah, and I always say, like, if I get wicked out, I can always re-enter instead of sitting through a 100-point drawdown and then realizing I was wrong at that point. Then it's hopium. So it's like, you know what, if my entry is wrong at that's okay. And sometimes there are times, you've seen it and yeah, I've seen it, where I enter, I'm like waiting for a confirmation, and it's going to start running, and I see that it's not going to go back. I see the price action moving towards my bias, or where I think it's going to go. And sometimes you enter a little bit later, but and that's fine. Um, but having a hard stop loss, I know the exact dollar amount I'm going to be down, and that's kind of how that works. So
Yeah, I think that's super important when you're trading prop, especially when we don't have that luxury because of the drawdown and the restrictions and so many rules. So I think that's a great way of sort of safeguarding or some rails for yourself as a trader. I think for me personally, DILs are also great if you do like that kind of style when you don't know when to stop. Like call it a day, what's your max daily loss. I think that's something to consider about. I don't think we really chatted about that, but yeah, I also consider that another risk management tool, if you like. I don't like to use it, but I prefer the stop out for sure.
yep, I agree. I agree.
So we have Bond, who would love for us to request Einstein of Wall Street for our next guest talk. He is a busy man.
Who requested that?
Bond 004.
Oh,
That's gonna be hard.
that's my mentor. It wouldn't be hard. I could bring him on
Yeah, we'll see when
at
he's
some
free.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could bring him on at some point. The only thing though that happens with that, he's not very tech savvy. Maybe he's gotten better.
Maybe.
Yeah. So that would be yeah,
Sure
I
we
can bring
can.
him. I can bring David Green on. I can bring in. Yeah, of course. He's invited me to gosh, so many things, like at the stock exchange and the galas that they have and all that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to go to the Wolf event. Neither did you.
I wasn't even invited, so
Yeah, neither was I. It's all
I'm like, what? I hook up everyone to the New York Stock Exchange, and I don't even get
right.
freaking
The
invited.
original OG, but the Queen herself doesn't get an invite.
Yeah,
What is up with
I
that?
know. But at the same time, I was vacationing a little too much this year. I
Same.
need to
I
cut
was
that
in
off a little bit.
Italy and Greece for like a whole month and a bit.
I'm like right now I was kind of looking at how much I've traveled, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I kind of want to book another trip, but then I'm like, no, I don't. I've got a lot of work to get done, and things to get done. So probably won't be. Look at all these orders popping up. 202 at 260, 404 down at,
Yeah.
and then 66 at 200. And then still we have that 1300 below us on ES. And I don't know if you saw that, they just removed 1,000 of it. It like within 4 points of it getting there, they just, and that's spoofing. Because they've been doing that all day. But you know, it's interesting because when brokerages notice that somebody's doing spoofing, they will actually like contact you and close your accounts. So can't spoof. It's illegal. Let's see what else. Let's see.
You have a fan. Yom F Problem says, hi, Minx.
Who? Oh. Hi.
Onyx.
Yeah, I see it. Hi. I'll be doing let's see when the drawing ends. Should be ending soon. How much left?
Oh yeah, we're doing a free giveaway account. Go to Minx's X, quickly enter the draw. You know what to do. You probably have about, what, 5 minutes? Go, go, go.
Mm-hmm. No, there's 43 minutes left.
All right, there you go.
So
Are you using Orderflow footprint for options of futures? No, it's for futures.
options. So I mean, Orderflow footprint, you know, is just for NQ or Nasdaq. That what I use it for. But if you are looking to trade options, or somebody's trading options, you know, if NQ, or if we're going long, basically, you know, it would be like getting calls on options. And then if we're going short, then it would be getting puts. So Orderflow footprint for me is just whether, you know, like at a key level, what it does around there. I don't think on this thing I have got. So these, I mean, they pretty much are the same thing. Like there's no divergence between futures, you know, NQ or QQQ. It's all kind of synchronized. Let's see. Yeah, right now we're just, it's just barcoding. Oh. There's nothing.
Can we have Lord Rizzo for guest talk? Absolutely, when he's not drunk or hungover.
Can we have Lord Rizzo for a guest? Oh, you guys want to hear? Oh, Rizzo, are you here? Is he here?
I don't
Like,
know. Has he gone to bed?
Oh.
He's
Like, are you busy or? Well, oh, you're unsure. Never mind. Because the peoples want us to interview you, like your journey, your trading journey. We should do that sometime.
we can do that as a full episode for another day because we're into power hour right now.
Week.
Yeah,
maybe next week or something.
Yeah, it's been a heavy day for us.
Tell them how you've been a Tetris
Tetris, the world's best Tetris player,
world champion. Yeah, the world's best.
I like that. I need to steal that. The world's best female Tetris player. No, I'm joking. I wish.
Mm-hmm. That's what it is. Let's see. This morning was crazy with how the first hour or so. I got humbled. Yeah.
I think Bon actually had a question earlier about how do you handle red trades or red days. I think it's, for me personally, I look at my trading stats, right? Does your losers, outweigh your winners or the other way around? And if you did blow up stuff in your prop firm, I think for me, the mistake when I looked at that was my losers could have been way, way smaller. And I just call it, take that L, accept it as part of the game, your edge, don't flip-flop your strategies. It just may not work on certain days, like today for you, Minx, as an example. It was for me yesterday or the day before yesterday, I can't remember which one. And it has been a very tough week as well, just to let you guys know. So it's all in your statistics and your data. I think that's where you really should be looking at, because the minute you stop looking at it from an emotional standpoint, because then you have the data to back it up, you have something real, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I mean, usually I will have I usually like to say like 2 or 3 red trades and I'm done. But today I took 4. But before I took those 4, I took green trades. So it, I gave profit back. And at the time, I really believe we were going to continue with that trend, and we did after I got picked out. So um, basically, most and I'm a human, so I'm not going to say all the time. So most of the time, I have the rules where I stop, especially like on my funded accounts. If it's evals, I treat those a little bit differently. I'm more aggressive with evals. But today I didn't follow my exact rules, so it happens. But usually, you guys, whoever comes on the stream and listens to me, you guys know I'm pretty good at even with green trades. If I've made enough profit, I'm not going to keep going back in to give profit. So it just, I suppose it depends day to day, but I rarely ever have days like today where after like 4 trades or 3 trades I'm red. So
Yeah, today was a rare day for you. I haven't seen you in one of these days in a while.
yeah, I mean, it's fine. I can't always have good days, and I don't get me wrong. I mean, we all have bad days, but today it was more, it wasn't actually like the setup, because the setup was correct. It was just the price action with my stop loss. So my stop loss 17.5 points. Well, ATR at the time was like, what did you say, Eva? It was like 39 or something.
Yeah, it was 40 or something, 39 at one point. Obviously, the open was more volatile. It was at 50 at one point, and it diminished back to 30. Yeah, 39.
Yeah.
It was very whip. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Who's this with me today? Evatronic, the only cat on the internet trading futures. One of
The
many.
only cat. Kitty. The only kitty, huh?
That's Evatronic with a 3 because someone else has my E, which is apparently I think it's German company, vacuuming or electronics company. I don't know what they are, but yeah.
Well, wait. Well, I thought I had your name on here. Hang on. I'm gonna spell it. It's like A3
VATRONIC. Vivatronic. There you go.
I know. Every time I try to look for you, I forget about 3.
Yeah, I know. But for those who do know me, I used to host the Wolf EU, if you know Wolf Fam, with Ryan and everyone else and Jordy. Yes, I used to work for Wolf as well.
Yeah. Yep. I was on there this morning. Typically, I don't know why, and I think I just need to kind of figure it out. But when there's too many people, like there's 10 people or 12 people
Spaces.
talking,
Yeah.
it gives me a poor, and not always, but sometimes it's going to give me like a bad.
A little bias. I had to stop Spaces for a bit because of that. That's why you guys probably haven't seen me on or heard me on Spaces in a while. It's just been focusing on my trading. I just get too much noise. I do tune in onto the YouTube, very low volume sometimes, just to see what's up with the fam. Obviously for the numbers. Yeah, I stay off Spaces. I traded way better since I came off Spaces, but I will hop on once I've done trading.
Yeah. I know. I feel like I do a lot better when it's just like me, or just like me and like 1 or 2 other. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, this is just, there's the setup. Yeah, I remember like when we used to trade Power Hour before, there was much more of a setup in Power Hour, but there just hasn't been lately. It's just been a little
trash.
soft.
I remember
Yeah.
we used to tune in with the whole gang, Power Hour. We used to like tag team trade. Oh, it was so good back in the days, man. 2-3 years ago, so good.
Mm-hmm.
I miss those
And like I
days.
remember like MOC would like have a nice move, and now it's
Oh
kind of like,
yeah, massive
yeah,
with actual volume.
right. I don't know why. It's crazy though. Let's see. I'm trying to check something. Okay. All right, let's see. Okay. We've got about 25 minutes until I can run the giveaway. And let's see that. Yeah, anytime there's a divergence, it's just chop. I hate it. Absolutely freaking hate it. Yeah, I was actually just pulling up ES and yeah, I don't even know how anybody can. ATR on ES is like less than 2 points. How the hell do you trade that? I don't know. I wouldn't.
Oh
know.
yeah, what happened there? That's crazy.
I know. I don't know how anybody. I don't know how Alex trades.
Yeah, I cannot. I mean, I can, depending if it moves. If I like to trade the distribution, so I will take it sometimes if ES is the mover, not NQ. NQ 1 minute ATR is 10.16. So yeah, a little poor power hour. I'm gonna hop off here. I'm done for the day, lady.
All right. See you tomorrow. Oh, maybe tomorrow's OPEX, so
I'm gonna manage
be on
options
just for a little bit. Yeah. So, alrighty.
Catch y'all tomorrow.
Ciao, ciao. I'm not touching anything. Nope, nope, nope. ES. Yeah. Well, we do have that 372 level. Let's see if it rejects there. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Um, we've got MOC in like 6 minutes. See where they've. Alrighty. I picked up an IKEA pre-PM, exited 3 near about 50 points. Yeah, well, it is tighter of a range, so it's still pretty good, 50 points. Oof. Let's see what it says. It's always a little delayed. It is, whoops, that's not what I want. What did I do? Okay, clear. Still waiting. Okay, here it is. MOC, nothing. Again, nothing. S&P 500 minus 361 million. NASDAQ 148 million. Mag 7 minus 171 million. That's about it. Nothing. That's crazy. Yeah, it's tiny. Have you guys noticed it's been kind of tiny lately? Or is that just me? I don't know. I mean, they're. I guess maybe I haven't really been paying a whole lot of attention to MOC lately because I don't really trade it anymore. But okay, where is? Do you guys want me to? We've got 8 minutes left for the giveaway. Should I just run it right now? Because sometimes it takes freaking 10 minutes to find a winner. Yay or nay? I'll actually pick some off the stream and some in Discord. Run it, okay. Yeah. Let's see, okay. All right. Gonna draw winners. I'm gonna just hide the details so you guys don't see anybody's names. All right. Jordan, Wahid, and AJ. Are any of you here? All right, can you DM me? So AJ is on Discord. What about the other 2 people? Either you guys are here or you're not. I'm gonna start picking winners. Which one are you, Option Surfer? Because I'm gonna verify. I need that full email. Oh, I can't just pick you. All right, so I gotta repick these guys. Just here. Oh, okay. All right. Let's repick Jordan. And let's repick Wahid. Brittany and Sebastian. Sebas. 10/10/2000. Let's see. Oh, awesome, Brittany. DM me. Okay. Oh, you're Jordan J Dinks? Hey, it's like J Minks to J Dinks. That's kind of cool. Okay. All right. I'll honor all of these since I'm pretty cool. Well, are you Sabas? Yes, you are. All right, DM me. Those are the one DM me. Sebastian, I call him. Wait, it's not it's Sebas. It's not like It's Sebastian. You know, like the crab from. Is that a crab from The Little Mermaid? I forgot what it is. Rizzo, that's not a fish. Oh my gosh. What is Sebastian from Under the Sea? This guy, what? That's a crab. That's not a lobster. That's not a fish. All right. Well, I'll do some more giveaways tomorrow, okay? Okay. All right. His mom named him after a crab. All right. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Those of you that won, send me a DM, please, and thank you, whether it's on Twitter or here. So I had 1, 2, 3. So I picked 4. All righty. Adios. See ya, see ya. I know how to end the stream.